from the Library of Congress and the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture.
I'm Emily Crosby with the Southern Oral History Program at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and I'm conducting this oral history as part of the Civil Rights History Project, sponsored by the Smithsonian Institution's National Museum of American History and Culture and the American Folklife Center in the Library of Congress. Today is August 23rd, 2013, and we're with Ekwueme Michael Thelwell at his home in Pelham, Massachusetts this morning, and I'm here with John Bishop, who's the videographer. Thank you, Professor Thelwell, for doing the interview with us.
Thank you, Professor Crosby. I'm happy to do this interview, and I can't think of an interviewer I'd be happier to do it with than yourself.
You do me honor, sir.
I'm a humble servant to the truth, Professor, a humble servant to the truth.
Can you tell us about your family and growing up in Jamaica?
Yes, I could, if it were necessary. My father, as a young man, came to the United States and spent some considerable time there, and was quite a legend. As I walked through New York, through Harlem, people would say, you're his son, and they'd tell me stories about my father. He was a very dramatic figure. He had a deep, booming laugh, an obvious love of people. He was 6'4", 240 pounds, which in that day and age made him a giant, right? Though he was built like a professional football linebacker today. In this country, he was a motorcycle racer. Motorcycles were big back in the 30s and 40s. And a trick rider. He went back to Jamaica, entered politics, was elected in his constituency, was very, very popular with the people because he was generous and kind. And people said if he hadn't died at the age of 44, he probably would have been prime minister of the country. And there was much speculation that his death was a consequence of political conspiracies and wickedness, which is the way people tended to think. My mother was an amazing woman because she brought the three of us up after my father died. Interstate, so a lot of his property was hung up, all kinds of litigation and bureaucracy. And she raised 3 children, sent us to the best school in the country. My brother became an engineer, went to the University of Michigan on an athletic scholarship. And he was 6'5" and very black. But he was an excellent athlete. He represented the country in track and field when still a high school boy. He played on the national soccer team when still a high school student. And my mother, who was imperious, had been told that such a thing as athletic scholarships existed. She collected all his clippings, flew to this country, went to the University of Michigan, walked into the athletic director's office with all these clippings, trying to remember the guy's name. And when she walked out, my brother had a scholarship. So my brother arrives there and is running track for Michigan. That lasted 1 year. Didn't last as long as a year because the academic advisors to the athletic department told him that he should major in physical education and become a coach. I mean, here he had this big black guy with a Jamaican accent. Obviously, phys ed is the major and he should become. He said, no, you must be out of your mind. I came here to become a civil engineer. He said, oh, no, you got to major in physical education. You can't handle civil engineering. So he told him to kiss his behind and gave him back a scholarship and stopped competing and worked his way through Michigan. And 5 years later, he graduated with a bachelor's degree in civil engineering, a master's degree in sanitary engineering, and another master's degree in environmental engineering. But I do have this great picture of him running against, as a freshman, running against two seniors. They were dead even, so it had to have been the first hurdle. And on one side of him is Len Barney, who went on to great fame in the National Football League. And the other side of him is Herb Adderley, who also went on to be a first-rate defensive back and maybe a Hall of Famer. And there's my 18-year-old brother right in the middle of them running like hell.
Did he miss it? Did he have any regrets about walking away from the athletics?
He never expressed any. But I can't see how he couldn't have.
Is he an older brother or younger?
Younger brother. Actually, his story is really interesting because he was 3 months premature. He was born at 6 months and only weighed 2.5 pounds. So some members of the family are looking at this little creature saying, he ain't never going to live, throw him away, dash him away. But my mother fed him with an eyedropper from one of those little medicine bottles. That's how she fed him. And he not only survived his 3.5 pound birth weight, but he grew to 6'5" and was probably the most phenomenal schoolboy athlete the country ever produced. And also, as an excellent environmental engineer, he went back and set up for the government a Department of Natural Resources and Conservation in the Jamaican government, and was a consultant to the United Nations in that field until he prematurely died at the age of about 60.
Yeah. When you came to this country, did you have much sense of the civil rights movement? Was that something you were thinking about at the time?
I had some sense of the racial circumstances in the country. And I had a deep-seated dread of the South. One of the books that I'd read in high school was John Oliver Killings's Young Blood, which is a very powerful book. It had such an effect on me. And also the kind of romances of, who's this black guy who used to write all these romances, The Foxes of Harrow? Frank Yerby.
Okay, yeah.
So I had a serious fear and dread of the South. The first time I went to Louisiana and saw those, what are those mosses, Spanish moss that grow on the trees?
Yeah.
My heart fell and I became petrified with fear, just the image of the Spanish. I mean, and my other sense of the South I got from Faulkner, And then in addition to which, I got to the United States, got to Howard University in September 1959. And the spring of 1960, the student freedom rides happened. So I've often claimed that I arrived in this country and touched off the student movement in the South. My arrival touched it off.
It does look like it.
Though people have tended to contest that. Ill-advised people, misguided people have tended to contest that.
It seems obvious. You arrived. It's right?
Precisely.
How did you come to Howard?
The sequential fallacy, as they say. How did I come to Howard?
Yeah.
I'd rather not say.
Okay.
Okay. My formal answer to that question is I wanted to go to a black school so I could be immersed in black culture and develop an African-American perspective on the world. That's my official position. The real position was I was working for the Jamaican Industrial Corporation, and a young economist came in. He had a master's degree in economy from Howard University, Conrad Pine. He was very elegant, very dark guy, spoke in a very affected way. And naturally, I gravitated to him because, here's this genuine intellectual black man. And he said, you got to go to Howard University. In Washington, D.C., there are 9 women for every man. and every male student at Howard have at least 3 or 4 girlfriends at the same time. I said, that's all I want to know. That's the real reason I went to Howard.
You needed those odds?
I beg your pardon?
I said, you needed those odds?
No, I didn't think I needed them, but they wouldn't hurt.
Not going to turn them down.
Only a fool. There's a Igbo proverb which says, only a fool spits out the tender morsel that a kind God places between his lips.
And you weren't that kind of fool.
No, ma'am. I've been called everything but a child of God and a Republican. But ain't nobody ever called me a fool.
So what was Howard like for you? What was it like to...
Amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the best decision anybody ever made for the wrong reasons. You know, anything people want to know about the student experience at Howard, they can read in Carmichael's book, Ready for Revolution, who was at Howard with us, as was Cortland Cox, as was Charlie Cobb. There was a whole host of us in SNCC who came through Howard. And that's not accidental. The first thing is Howard was very strategically placed. Being in the nation's capital, and as you know, the only federally supported black institution in the country, which created interest in political problems. Because the people who control the Howard University budget were all Southern congressmen, all Dixiecrats, all white supremacists and segregationists. So that, for example, in the 4 years I was there, and a member of NAG, NAG was never a recognized student organization. The NAACP was a recognized student organization. The French Club was a recognized student organization. The German Club was a recognized student organization, but NAG was not. And we found that very distressing. But it turns out that President Mordecai Johnson and then later President Neighbors knew exactly what they were doing. So when they went to get their budgets from Congress and people said, all them young Negroes running around the place being so disruptive, can you control them? He said, but Mr. Congressman, Mr. Senator, I've scrutinized the student organizations at Howard University very carefully. There's no nonviolent action group there, and such an organization doesn't exist as far as our records show. It must be young people from Georgetown and George Washington, and those are the schools.
As if.
But it gave us an excellent issue around which to organize, because every year we mounted a large campaign to get NAG recognized. And I have to tell you, in my own case, I wasn't even aware of the strategy of protecting us that the university presidents were doing. So we thought for an expression of Howard backwardness and reactionariness, that they wouldn't recognize us. And we struggled. And even students who weren't very politically active, the bourgeois fraternity, Greek letter students, when we started saying, how come this nonviolent action group isn't recognized, they would turn out and demonstrate in our favor. The student government would make statements about our being recognized. But the university held very firm. We were never recognized, so we didn't formally and officially exist.
At what point did you understand what they were doing?
Long after I had left. But I understood enough to be grateful for the issue to organize our own, because we could get the school year started with a political confrontation with the administration.
And draw people to the organization.
Right, precisely. You need an issue to organize around.
So NAG seems like one of the strongest of the student groups that was a SNCC affiliate, at least sort of over a long period of time. Do you think that's accurate?
Well, that depends on what you mean by strong.
You know, that
First of all, Howard University attracted students from all over the country and all over the world. It was very centrally placed. Part of the reason we organized NAG was that once the student sit-ins in the South started, we took the position that, look, we're here in the nation's capital. We have a moral and a political obligation to support our brothers and sisters in the South. Therefore, the seat of government is here. The White House is here. The Capitol is here. we can have demonstrations there to put pressure on these Southerners. And it's our duty and responsibility to do it. Then there was segregation in Maryland, there was segregation in Virginia. So you could drive out to the District of Columbia and have, bona fide sit-ins. And so we said it would be a failure of our responsibility to history if the students at Howard were inactive in that way. That's number one. Number two, there were professors there. Unfortunately, there's a historian whose name I'm not going to remember, who gave us very contemporary readings, political readings. And there's a level of instruction among certain of the faculty there that was very focused on social issues and very focused on educating us as to the state of the world. And in addition to which, a healthy percentage of the African American students came out of this Deep South. For example, there was Cleve Sellers, who came from South Carolina into NAG. And Cleve was sent to Howard by his parents because white folks had warned them in the community that if he continued agitating the way he was agitating, he was probably going to come to a very bad end. So they sent him out to Howard to safety, and the first thing he does is jump off the bus and joins NAG, and comes back down south. And that was also true of Henry Thomas. Henry Thomas came from Fort Augustine, Florida. And he maintained a constant protest against the discrimination and apartheid that surrounded them there. As a matter of fact, a friend of his joined our department, Thelwell Benjamin, and said, he and Frank were very close growing up, and Frank was so principled, he said, the only entertainment we had in Fort Augustine was to go to the movies on a Saturday, where we had to sit up in the crow's nest in the segregated area. He said, and from the time Frank was about 14 years old till he left high school, he refused to go because he refused to pay his money and be discriminated against. That's the kind of principle he had. And he was a big, burly guy, still is tall, big, and had a scholarship to play defensive end, I believe, at the University of Wisconsin. And instead, he came to Howard, worked in the cafeteria, didn't have any scholarship, didn't play football, and joined the movement. So there was a mixture of young people at Howard, some of them from the Deep South. Lavon, I'll never forget him. He was in the room next door to me. He was from Birmingham. He was a short, wiry little black guy who was a veteran. And he was the first one who told me about conditions in the Deep South. I was a freshman just off the plane, and I used to talk to Lavon. And I said, "You're from Alabama, my brother. Tell me about it." And he educated me. He told me about Tuskegee. He said, "Man, in fact, them niggas at Tuskegee," he said, they're making good money, they're professors, so they have new cars. But if they leave Tuskegee and go into the rural, they put on a chauffeur's hat to drive their cars through because a nigger in a good car is going to have a heap of trouble from them crackers. I said, "Good God Almighty." He said, "Oh yeah, man, they all carry their chauffeur's hat with them. So it looked like they're driving white folks' cars." And then he said, "And we got a police chief." Now this is 1959, September, right? So it predates it. And man, he's a mean cracker. I said, "Yeah? What's his name?" "Bull." I said, "What is his name?" "Bull." And he only got one eye. They say some nigger took his eye out in a fight and he do hate black people. I said, "What's his name?" He said, "Bull Connor." 1963, I would discover whom he was talking about. So and a lot of other stories like he told me that really educated me and terrified me. And he also taught me something about the educational policies of the South, because I didn't have much money. Once we got there, if you want to see cultural shock and trauma, is the first time that students from the Caribbean go into the cafeteria. Now, the prices in the Howard cafeteria were dirt cheap by American standards. But when somebody said, man, do you see what it cost me for breakfast? It cost me $1.50. $1.50 in Jamaican currency was what you'd eat on for a week, you know. So I had to learn to cook very quickly. So I was very broke. My father was dead. My mother didn't have much money. So she sent me a regular stipend every month, which required some sacrifice for her. And I translated into $30 a month. So that was my income. Right, but she sent it every month. So we had to find different things to do. I used to cut hair in the dorm. And the head of the dorm came up and told me that the Barbers Union in Washington, D.C. had heard about it and was taking steps to have me stopped. And for a while I believed them. Then I said, they got to send the lawyers that I got to eat, you know. But we're talking about Laverne. Once a month he'd come and say, Mike, you look hungry, I'm gonna buy you a steak. And we'd go up to the Kenyan grill and he'd buy me this T-bone steak that cost, I think, $2.50, which is a hell of an expenditure for one meal. And he says, Mike, enjoy your steak. Enjoy your steak. The great state of Alabama gives it to you with their compliments. And I said, what are you talking about, Laverne? He said, look, man, them crackers don't want us to go to their little white school, so they pay me money to go to school out of state. So he had both his stuff from the military and the stipend from the state of Alabama, which gave me a steak once a month, you know.
So you're grateful to the state of Alabama for
Undying gratitude, permanent and undying gratitude.
Yeah.
Don't say that nobody ever benefited even slightly from racism. And sometimes Laverne would buy me 2 steaks. Have another one, Mike. You still look hungry. On the state of Alabama.
And you did your best to pay back the state of Alabama, right?
Well, I thought I owed it to them.
Yeah.
Okay, as a consequence of segregation, some truly excellent and politically active, like Professor Eugene Holmes, for example, who in the HUAC summoned him to speak and answer, what is your profession? He said, sir, I am a hired thinker. What is yours? And Eugene Holmes was good friends, or so he claimed, with Bertrand Russell. So for an occasion, he'd come to class and say, oh, I had a letter from Bertie today. But there's a host of professors, historians, and like Sterling Brown in literature and stuff like that, who in today's academic climate, if they didn't have the consciousness to stay at a black school, would probably be at one of the elite private Ivy League institutions and be very celebrated. But these guys stayed at Howard E. Franklin Fraser, the sociologist, and a host of people like that. So we had that exposure, and they had certain programs, reading programs and discussion programs, to really make sure that we got a social and political education. Not brainwashing, but that we had a sense. What they were really bestowing was a sense of the necessity for social responsibility on the part of young people. And those students who were attuned to that, gravitated to that, and they soaked it up. Carmichael talks about it at some considerable length in his book. So there are people like Cortland Cox, Charlie Cobb, myself, Stokely Carmichael, Muriel Tillinghast, a really brilliant young man who was head of the student government when I got there, a Philadelphia Negro. He became a lawyer and a Republican. Who am I talking about?
Tim Jenkins.
Tim Jenkins. Yeah, a very brilliant young man, Tim Jenkins, who was head of the student union when I got there, student government. I had gotten there and I truly wasn't impressed with the quality of the bureaucrats who filled up the place. And when the head of the dorm spoke to us, I thought he was talking to us like we were school children. And when the dean of students spoke to us, I thought he was an imbecile. And at this great orientation meeting, up gets Tim Jenkins, head of the student government. And the most articulate, the most politically clear, the most mature speech that was made in that convocation was made by the head of student government. So Tim Jenkins immediately had a big fan in me. And he was the guy who worked to set up the orientation session for SNCC when SNCC got started, and entered into the establishment. He became an officer of NSA, National Student Organization, and directed a lot of support to SNCC. So there was that kind of a environment, intellectual and social environment at Howard. And in addition to which, and this was very important to me, being the nation's capital, it was the site of embassies. And Jamaica became independent while I was at Howard and set up a Jamaican embassy. And Ghana had a Ghanaian embassy. So there was a lot of these African embassies opening, a lot of Caribbean embassies opening. So there was a locus somewhere within the diplomatic life that might have, in terms of world politics, rated very low. But we had embassies, we had ambassadors, we could go visit them. And we did. The population at Howard was very interesting. I only realized after I got there that my dentist back in Jamaica and my doctor back in Jamaica had all been educated at Howard. So Howard University had educated a lot of the medical professionals and architectural professionals and engineering professionals in the black world, because it was a school that was affordable. You know, the fees were very, very low at that time, and it played a role across the black diaspora that was unique in American educational history. So that I think there were about 8,000 students at Howard when I was there. And I would say that 10 or 15% of them were from Africa. And another 15, maybe 20% of them were from the Caribbean. So that what you had there was a community of young black people. Large numbers who the African Americans were from the South or from Chicago or New York. And a lot of young people, I mean, who was that Ghanaian politician who was assassinated early? He was next to Jomo Kenyatta in importance.
Not Lumumba, he was Congo.
No, Lumumba was a Congo. This is a handsome young lower man. Mboya, Tom Mboya.
Okay.
All right. The Ghanaian political leader, Tom Mboya, handsome young lower man. His brother, who looked just like him, was at Howard with us, you know? I mean, Bad Rustin brought the president of Zambia, Kenneth Kwanda, to talk to us. Mm-hmm. And Kwanda came in his book jacket and khaki stuff. And I remember when Bad introduced me, he said, and it was said in Zambia that Kenneth Kwanda, the prime minister, met a lion in the forest, and the lion blinked. That was how he was introduced. So it was an extraordinary heady ambience. And you'd have had to been brain dead if you weren't inspired by the environment of Howard at that moment to take political action. And we were. But we preface that by your saying NAG was one of the strongest groups. And I didn't know what you meant by strong. But the fact is, you know, we had a number of demonstrations. There was one I will tell you about, which has to do with the new men's gymnasium. And we sometimes would put we used to go regularly to picket the White House, for example. And we'd secure some funds from the student government. We'd rent a bus, we'd bring it up on campus and take a busload of people down. And we'd maybe have 60, 70, 100 people picketing the White House. We went to all the core demonstrations. So we managed to be very active. And on this particular demonstration, which concerned the new men's gymnasium, which Carmichael talks about in his book, We turned out maybe 1,000 students from Howard into the streets. We're active on the Route 40 demonstrations. We're active on everything that came down because it always had a national focus and locus. We had reason to take to the streets, and we did, and we organized constantly. As I said, it was our historical and revolutionary duty. So I was very amazed when I was working on the Carmichael book, and we said, we've got to find out who the membership in NAG was. And it turns out that the membership in that organization in the 4 years I was here never exceeded 40 people. But I mean, as the people who would come to meetings, who would plan programs, who would do all the organizing and work. And yet those 40 people in a student population of some 8,000 managed to, in not insignificant ways, affect history. You had a question?
In the book,
Which book would that be?
Ready for Revolution. In Ready for Revolution, Stokely talks about coming to a realization that of the cultural constraints or some of the challenges that women face joining NAG just because of the gendered expectations of the day.
I was wondering when you'd get to that.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I find interesting is if I talk to people who are parts of student groups on different campuses, that one of the things that they immediately run up against is the curfew that women faced because it made it more challenging even to have planning meetings, say in Nashville. And so I was wondering if you might talk about that a little.
NAG was always, in gender terms, a very well-integrated organization. And the young women in NAG were very, very faithful, very committed, and very hard workers. They never really pushed for a leadership position during my years there. And we never thought to invite them into it. There was never any policy or attitude that said women couldn't be leaders. But there were some very articulate guys, and a lot of women said they were listening and learning. And whatever else operated in the society to teach women, quotes unquote, their place, or that certain positions, certain aspirations weren't appropriate to women, they had obviously, to a certain extent, accepted. But that was only in the positions of formal and public leadership. I mean, I don't know any other women who were shy about speaking up when we have our long discussions about deciding policy, who are shy about leading demonstrations, marching in demonstrations, who are shy about expressing themselves. It was almost African in the sense that there's an area of jurisdiction, authority, and control which is feminine, and an area of control, authority, and action which is masculine. It was sort of like that. It was only in retrospect that I recognized the extraordinary price that our sisters paid for being as devoted to the struggle as they were. God, it meant that they weren't into homecoming queen kind of activities, that they weren't into the accepted behavior of a Howard lady. They weren't into the trivia of fashion and dressing up. Though they were attractive women and they took care of themselves, but they weren't the kind of trophy wives for the med school students, and they weren't, some of them might have been members of Greek letter organizations, but most of them I suspect weren't. So that they occupied a place outside the conventional social norms of the Howard University student body. So did the men. But with men, I think we can just say, kiss my black ass and go on about our business. It wasn't so clear to me that a woman could do the same thing. But like Mary Lovelace, who came from a good bourgeois Mississippi family, whose father taught at Tougaloo, I believe, and had met Stokely when he came out from the Freedom Rides, she started to wear her hair natural and was damn near put out of the dorm. It was Dean Patricia Harris, who was the most progressive administrator at the university at the time, who spoke up for her and interceded strongly in her behalf, because those house mothers who thought that a young black woman wear her hair natural was a disgrace to the race, would look like some disheveled, Negro wench, didn't look conform to the appearance patterns of a Howard lady. And they behaved as though it were the end of the world, as though the natural order were changing. And Mary was not going to straighten her hair, and she wasn't going to leave the dorm. And finally it got to Patricia Harris, who was the Dean of Women, I believe, or Dean of Students, something like that. And she intervened very strongly. So that was the other aspect of Howard University. When we were struggling to get NAG recognition, for example, Bill Mahoney, who was a member of SNCC, wrote an essay with the title, Howard University, neither black nor white, merely abject. And that was one part of our attitude. I mean, going to struggle with the administration on various issues. I never really understood that was a struggle the administration had to make for public consumption. But they never expelled any of us, as Southern University did. And they never formally stopped us from doing what we're doing. Though the administration, Howard University itself, couldn't formally endorse it. How did I get to that?
Oh, I asked you about the women in NAG.
Right.
And then you went to...
So that the price of that our sisters paid for being involved in the struggle was far more costly, was far a heavier burden than the men had to pay. I mean, what men heard was, you're going to get yourself a criminal record. Which white folks are going to hire you? You're ruining your career. That's not why you're here. You're not paying attention to your schoolwork. I remember there was one contemporary of ours who always wore suits, always struck me as a very unctuous Negro, always found him whenever he went to visit a professor, he was flitting from one professor's office to another with documents in his hand. And clearly he was doing something that I don't think any of us in SNCC thought to do. He was building a resume. And he was said to be very smart. But I can't remember ever having a political conversation with this guy. So I didn't exactly hold him in contempt, but I didn't have any regard for him. Well, he went to Harvard Law School, of course. And if I say this, I'll probably identify him with, I think, was head of the New York Lawyers Association. And I believe was on the board of governors of Harvard University. So he went straight into the establishment. And, all power to him. I mean, I guess in terms of American meritocracy, this is regarded as a very productive life and career. But on the other hand, Bill Mahoney was dropping out of school to go work in the South. Charlie Cobb was dropping out of school. Hank Thomas, I don't think, graduated, though he became a millionaire in the fast food industry. After he got a big pacifist and core pacifist, Hank Thomas, got drafted by the military and sent to Vietnam. And he went as a medic and came back, so the price that the men paid were mostly in terms of upwardly mobile careerist concerns. The price that the women paid was far more subtle and wide-ranging. It included that, but it also had to do with the concept of womanhood and what a black woman should be and should not be, that they had to struggle against, which we didn't.
Muriel Tillinghast told me that when that was going on with Mary Lovelace, that Stokely asked her to wear her hair natural too, as a support.
Did she?
She said she did. She had to figure out what it meant.
Muriel was very active, and she was head of the NAACP. And she told me that at one point there was the possibility of some foreign trip for the officers of the NAACP. And the male students in the though she was president or vice president, the male students made up the delegation to go on this trip and left her out. And she went to Stokely and said, here's what they're doing. And Stokely said, that ain't going to stand. And Stokely went and intervened in some forcible way. And she went on a trip. She told me that story.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, she told me that I think that her first sort of connection with MAG, that she went on a demonstration without really thinking it through, or went to a meeting or something. Wasn't sure why. And before she left that meeting, Stokely had said, well, we need you to do X, Y, and Z. And she's like, I had no idea how or what, but he walked me through it and I did it. And that was sort of how she described the interaction.
Well, the woman, really came through. I don't think any of us got to Howard with any extensive training in radical political activism. By that I mean, how do you write a press conference? How do you get the attention of the press? How do you conduct a nonviolent protest? How do you deal with the police? How do you negotiate and maneuver around the administration? We didn't come with that experience. I mean, I told you that Hank Thomas and Cleve Sellers came from resisting in individual, private ways in the Southern context out to which they came. But we developed political skills very fast. And I think that is what Muriel Tillinghast was telling you about her themselves. And if we're talking about Howard, it would be incomplete and inaccurate not to talk about the influence and effect of Tom Kahn. Tom Kahn was white. Tom Kahn was a socialist. Tom Kahn was a radical political activist from New York from the time he dropped out of high school at the age of 15. Tom Kahn was gay. Tom Kahn was a roommate and I assume lover of Bayard Rustin. So he was in those political circumstances. And I got a distinct impression. I remember as a freshman seeing him, I walked into the dining common and there's a guy in a very Italian-looking suit, didn't look American at all to me, whose hair was down to his shoulder. This is 1959. His hair, I said to myself, that's a very strange-looking white boy. And then, first of all, there were very many white boys in there. Well, that was Tom, And we got into a conversation about literature, about Faulkner, I guess. And here I am coming out to Jamaica, so what do I know about Faulkner? But he looked at me and said something like, that's really very perceptive. That's really very perceptive of you. I said, well, thank you, sir. As opposed to Bill Mahoney, for example. Bill Mahoney also had hair down to his shoulders. He looked like an Indian. And he would have been mistaken for a white guy, And he was working at the desk, work study, in the Newman's residence hall when I walked in. And he says to me, tell me, sir, does the Kantian imperative also include dialectical materialism? I said, are you serious? Those were the first words that came out of his mouth as freshmen. So anyway, but Tom came, I was saying about Tom. And I had a distinct impression after I got to know him and see how he operated. That was a political decision in the socialist left. And I said, okay, Tom, you should go to Howard and try to guide the movement. Bad Rustin was very active in nonviolence and in socialist politics, and Tom was very active. And he had all the skills. He had more experience than we did, so that is what happened.
You know, you talked about sort of the price that women paid in terms of their sense of womanhood, and that seems to come up with men in relation to nonviolence and how that was perceived or how people grappled with that at times.
Well, that used to raise this ugly head. I used to go work in a factory some summers, and I came back one fall. I was wearing this little kind of straw cowboy hat pulled down this way. I had wearing my jeans, my cowboy boots, with my sleeves rolled up, and maybe a vest, a denim vest. So it's a very macho image, though I never thought of it in those terms. That's how I saw myself, you know. And I went to my first demonstration, and Tom jumped to me. He says, "Where the hell you think you're going dressed like that? You're coming on here, this kind of macho posturing, you're going to invite violence." I said, "You mean my dress has to be non-violent? What the hell are you talking about?" And it didn't help much. And this young blonde lady, perhaps one of the whitest ladies I've ever met. Her name was Cynthia Toombs, now deceased. But she was very pale, very blonde, and apparently had some kind of interest in me, so that whenever we were walking on these picket lines in Virginia or Maryland, she would end up walking next to me. And I kept saying, you know, can't she go walk with somebody else? I mean, I really don't want to be lynched. But you couldn't come out and say that. And remember, she's walking next to me, and I keep saying, "God damn it, Cynthia, go walk someplace else, please." But then you didn't have too many white people in the demonstration anyway, so you had to at least be hospitable, right? And she started giggling. I said, "What are you giggling about?" She says, "Did you hear what those kids said?" "No. They said, man, you're going to get married and have polka dot kids." I said, "Married, is it?" "Yeah, well, it amused her. It didn't much amuse me."
I guess not.
You got to edit this so I don't look like a doddering idiot, and it seems to have some coherence, you know. I said, "I'm going to come looking for your ass."
I'll give you a Groove House address.
You ready to go again? So NAG always had some white students from surrounding institutions who would come in and demonstrate with us. Patty Bright was such a person. And then, of course, there was Paul Dietrich, whom you must have heard about. Very, very interesting guy. And there was a day that Malcolm X came to speak at Howard. Now, this had been organized by Bayard, as I later discovered. It was supposed to be, we couldn't bring Malcolm X. We had organized something called Project Awareness to get a certain kind of political discourse going on campus. But the university administration had to deal with those rednecks on the budget committee and these southern congressmen. So they couldn't allow certain activities, and they couldn't endorse it. So we couched Project Awareness as in freedom of inquiry and this educational content. And I can show you some stuff about that in a minute. But when you're bringing certain controversial figures, you couldn't give them a platform. But what could you do? If you couldn't give them a platform, what could you do?
Argue with them.
Present them in a debate. So you had to have the opposite position represented. So for example, we got Herbert Abtaker, who is the chief theoretician of the Communist Party USA. I've always wondered what the real job, the job description of a chief theoretician was.
I'm paid to think.
But anyway, he came, but when we brought him, it had to be a debate. So we brought the chairman of the Socialist Party USA to discuss democracy and socialism and that kind of stuff. So when Malcolm came, it had to be in the form of debate. We couldn't just give this renegade, racist, separatist a platform. So he had to debate Bayard. Though talking about it with people like Ed Brown, who recently died, and people who were there, we'd never seen Bayard conduct a debate that way. He threw the fight. He spoke briefly and perfunctorily about his position, about integration and the working class, black people making alliances with the labor movement and integration of the society. He spoke for about 10 minutes and shut up and said, because the minister has a more difficult position to argue, I will yield the rest of my time to him. I said, Bayard never gives up his time to anybody. So Malcolm just jumped in and said, I come to you in the name of everything that is eternal, the black man. And the whole audience of young black students from the West Indies, from Africa, he said, before you were an American, you were black. Before you were a Republican, you were black. And he launched into his nationalist argument. But the story I meant to tell about that, much later, when I went to Nigeria to give a talk at his 60th birthday celebration for Chinua Achebe, a little guy, I was someplace and I needed to get to someplace else, and this little guy said to me, come, Professor, I'll give you a ride. And then it turned out he was a professor of biology at Nsukka, a little Igbo man. He said, you don't remember me, do you? I said, no, my brother, I really can't say. I said, I was at Howard with you. I marched with you on Stokely. I don't think he ever marched with us, but he said, I remember when Malcolm came to debate Bayard Rusted. And so all of those things, so that's what I meant by the international character of the student body, and all those things he remembered. And the reason why I say I don't think he marched with us is because foreign students really couldn't take part in the political affairs of the country. There was a stringent regulation about their receiving that student visa that precluded them from doing so. So there are a lot of Caribbean people from Trinidad, from British Guyana, from all over the other islands, from Jamaica, who were there with me, who were equally affected by the winds of change. Their territories were becoming independent. They were inspired by the black movement in this country, where black people were asserting themselves. And they would speak in support of it. They would even come to meetings on campus, but they'd never go to demonstrations because they were terrified that if they did, they would be deported. So the audience Malcolm was speaking to was comprised of this generation of black people from all over the black world, and it was an extraordinary performance by Malcolm. But prior to that time, some of our white allies who would come to the demonstrations were very excited Malcolm X was going, so they turned up on campus. You heard that story, right? Mm-hmm. And myself, and I know Cortland was with me, I was the editor of the student newspaper. I was supposed to interview Malcolm and then take him to the dinner and then to the lecture, to the debate. And for some reason, we're supposed to meet in front of the girls' dorm, a street that runs through the whole university campus. The dorm we couldn't go into, by the way. We'd always conduct our business on the pavement in front. So I'm standing there with Cortland, waiting for Malcolm to come. And then when I look up, there's Cynthia and 2 or 3 other white co-eds running across, who had always been on the demonstrations, running up to us. I said, oh, Jesus. I was really embarrassed because I was embarrassed to see these white people because Malcolm was coming. And I was embarrassed to see them. I wanted to avoid them. But I was embarrassed from that sentiment, from that feeling, which I thought was, somehow dishonorable, So I kind of smiled as best I could. And he said, is Malcolm here yet? Is Malcolm here yet? I said, no, I'm waiting here for him, you know. And somehow they were standing in front of the door and I was facing them. So my back was to the street. And Courtland was standing behind them. And he had said to me, as they came running up, you're going to allow Malcolm to come and see you standing here talking to these devils. And if they had been white men, it wouldn't have been so bad. But you know, the whole notion about white women and the rest of that shit, the rest of that stuff. So I said, well, what do you mean? He said, you're going to make Malcolm come and see you talking to these devils? And I said, look, Detroit Red. I definitely call him by his street name because I was trying to, I wasn't going to call him minister, nothing. Detroit Red can't come on this campus and tell me whom I should associate with or whom I should talk with. Who does Detroit Red think he is? And I'm declaiming now, on my high horse, so to say. And I'm looking in Courtland's eyes, and Courtland is gradually getting paler and paler. And he's saying, and you know, I mean, Courtland is a very dark fellow, but he became a lighter shade of pale as he kept saying, look behind you. And I turn around, and there is Malcolm, the sunlight glinting off his glasses, and just looking at me with a tight smile on his face. And I'm saying, oh, Mr. X, welcome to Howard University, sir. I'm the editor, I'm supposed to interview you. And so, just looking at me like that. Well, we had a very good interview because I tossed up what in journalistic parlance would be called softballs. I mean, I said to him, is it true that your position is that the Negroes over this country are not really American citizens? Can that really be your position? After all, they're native to this country. He says, my young brother, just because a cat has kittens in an oven, don't make them muffins. And I said, is it your position, sir? Can it really be your position that black people shouldn't fight in the armed forces of the United States? And he says, well, if I see a bunch of bears have a bunch of wolves trapped in a cave, do you think I'm going to fight for the wolves against the bears? I said, all right. And he would always, again, it's a very African means of communication, talk in terms of parables and extended metaphors and fables, just like Aesop, whom you know was an African. Did you know that? You know Aesop's fables, these animal stories. But they're nothing but African animal tales. He happened to end up a slave in Greece, and these are African animal tales. Well, Malcolm had that same facility of, you know, speaking in allegories for never addressing the problem directly, but indirect speech, as they call it. One time we were having a demonstration. We're marching to Robert Kennedy's office, and we're carrying a coffin. And the exact occasion of that I cannot remember. But somebody had been murdered, some civil rights. That's why the coffin. And we're going down to place the coffin on Robert Kennedy's desk, asking for federal intervention. And we had a pretty nice demonstration going. I remember I was marching in the front of it along with Courtland, and no, Courtland wasn't there. Stokely and Ed Brown and Cleve and Muriel and the rest of the ladies. And we're walking down the road, and there's this tall, lanky fella with his arms crossed, leaning against a light post with a very cynical grin on his face. And so, hey, that's Brother Malcolm. So we left the demonstration, went running up to him. This is after I had interviewed him at Howard, right? So we knew him. When he recognized us all, I said, Brother Malcolm, how'd you like our demonstration? He said, well, because the demonstration was integrated, a lot of liberals had come out for it. He said, well, if I see a line of rats and cats marching together into the same hole, he said, if the cats ask me how we're doing, I say, you're doing fine. But if the mice ask me how you're doing, I got a different answer to them, which was kind of deflating. I said, come on, what's your problem here? What's your problem? It's because we have an integrated demonstration. He said, I said, these good white folks marching with us, they're doing the right thing. He said, let me tell you something. Because you see a man throwing worms into the river, don't mean he's a friend to fish.
Can you remember what you thought of him then?
I thought he was funny as could be.
Yeah.
Actually, I was going to say funny as I can't go into the. You can't?
You can say anything.
Yeah, I know. The oral history, hell. We used to like him. We used to like his militants. We used to like his intelligence. And I perceived that he was really trapped in the Nation of Islam. If you want to listen carefully to him, every time he had to, which he had to do very frequently, hit that. Yeah, Malcolm was an extraordinarily attractive, enigmatic, and complex figure to us. But we liked his militants, and we also liked his presence. Malcolm would dominate any room he walked into. And there's just a quality of seriousness, gravitas, and an element of danger to Malcolm that was very attractive to us, that masculine thing you were talking about. Any room that he walked into, he would dominate, which was quite the opposite of King. If Dr. King was in a room, you would ignore him. He had no physical presence to speak of until he opened his mouth. And then once that was open, he would dominate it. But Malcolm was just sheer presence with. So we liked that about him. But we also perceived that he really had an activist spirit. He really wanted to be involved in the struggle for black people, which he wasn't permitted to do by the ideology and theology of the Nation of Islam. And it became very clear to us that he was feeling that constraint. And that was why we saw him standing by the side of the road looking at our demonstration. And he had those funny, dismissive things to say. But as we walked away from him, I had a sense that he looked very wistful standing there as we were marching off to go confront Bobby Kennedy, which was not much of a... Kennedy came out and spoke to us on the pavement in front of the Justice Department, as I recall. But prior to that, Tom Kahn and Cortland had gone to sit in his office. So we had two people sitting in. And by the time we got to Bobby Kennedy's office, two officers came out the front door pushing wheelchairs. And sitting in the wheelchairs was Tom and Cortland, and they just wheeled them out. We were in the South, they'd probably dragged them out and beat them out. But Bobby Kennedy had them wheeled in wheelchairs out to the office.
I wonder if that's when Lewis Allen was
Well,
killed.
That was probably the reason. But in any event, reason for the demonstration. But in any event, we noticed that when Malcolm had to recapitulate the ideology and theology and strange racial anthropology of the Nation of Islam, he would always distance himself from it. But it didn't look like he was distancing himself. It looked like he was paying tribute to the leader. And he said, as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us, Elijah Muhammad teaches us. And that would always, he'd preface every one of those remarks that way. And after a while, you hear it, you begin to say, as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us, but I ain't so sure it makes no sense. But that was the unsaid portion, you know. So Malcolm was an interesting guy.
Did you have any contact with him personally after he left the nation?
Yeah. When I was at the Friends World College, I invited him to come there. Harold Taylor had this Friends World College business out on Long Island, which was a strange experience. I invited him to come speak, but that was when he was having his problems and he couldn't come. But he wrote me a very nice letter, which I unfortunately have lost. There was one politically incorrect incident, but hell with it, putting it on the record. One of the reasons Malcolm was around Howard so much, around Washington so much, he was organizing the Washington Mosque, which hadn't existed as a Nation of Islam. So it gave him reason to be there a lot. For example, that Project Awareness thing, which I told you we had to stage debates because we couldn't just bring people. We had one very important event on the responsibility of the black writer. And that influenced me personally a great deal. Because John Killens, whose son was at Howard, he came to speak. We invited Ralph Ellison, who found it impossible to be present, not surprising. But Jimmy Baldwin came, and Pearlie Victorious. Ozzie Davis came, and again, it was really Tom Kahn who understood these kind of things. He said, well, you have to, I think Sterling Brown also spoke, and well, it's a student activities, project awareness, you should be the moderator. So I was up there on the platform with all these important people, you know, and I'd never asked for that. It was Tom who was saying, you know, because he was thinking of the politics, you got to have a student presence there and this kind of stuff. And as we were walking out of the room, there are two figures who showed up. And there's a guy with his hat kind of pulled down and trying to be anonymous and dark glasses. So I said, and it was Cortland who said to me, hey, ain't that Brother Malcolm? It was indeed Malcolm X. And I ran up to him and said, hey, Brother Malcolm, what are you doing here? So I don't want to recognize him. I said, what are you doing here? I said, whenever Jimmy Baldwin was talking, whenever that little brother talks, I always come and listen. And he was the one who also told Jimmy one time, you know, if I am the warrior of this movement, you are the poet. So he had a lot of respect for Jimmy, and Jimmy had a lot of respect for him. The other person who had come just to listen was Sidney Poitier. So, I mean, it was a, you know, so Malcolm was around the university, around Washington a lot. We saw him. That's how come he was on the street by the demonstration and stuff like that. And had complained to Bayard, in point of fact, that while he had been invited to Oxford and he had been invited to Harvard, he had never been invited to Howard. So that's why that debate was set up for him. Well, like, he was around organizing. So one day, he was there in the community around 14th Street, I guess, or U Street. What's that street? 14th and U. And he was talking to the brothers off the street. So a group of us stopped by to hear. And he was talking in some kind of a room. It wasn't a hall or something. And I'm not sure if it was a bar or whatever it was, but it was some kind of public space kind of thing. Or maybe it was on the street corner. I'm trying to remember the geography of it. But there was an old player, black hustler, obviously down on his luck. His stingy brim hat and very threadbare hustler suit, and obviously clearly quite drunk. Older guy, much older. And he was listening and listening, nodding off and listening. So as Malcolm is leaving, surrounded by some of his Nation of Islam, I mean, Fruit of Islam, or some of his supporters, the old hustler said, young fella, young fella, a lot of what you say I agree with. A lot of what you say I agree with. But some just don't hit me right. So like I said, well, first of all, I ain't giving up my pork chops. So everybody started to laugh. You know, well, everybody was laughing, but not sure how to do it in the presence of the stern Malcolm, you know, laughing behind their arms and stuff like that, behind their hands. And one more thing. Malcolm was really very tolerant, you know. He say, and what's that, my brother? And say, everything you say about the white man is true. The white man, he a devil. But the white woman, she an angel. That's it. Oh, shit. So you obviously know what profession that brother was following. As they say in the street, pimping ain't easy. The white man, he a devil. But the white lady, she an angel. And I think Malcolm cracked a smile, you know.
Can you tell me about nonviolence and manhood?
Well, you know, at Howard, we really did see nonviolence as a strategy, which was counterintuitive and opposed to our total personalities and sensibilities. First of all, most of the men, at least the ones I was close to, were athletes of one kind or another. I was a track man. I even went out for football. Didn't last long, but I did. One of the only West Indians to go out for football. That lasted about 2 weeks. And, you know, I used to box with Ed Brown a lot, so that we were physical. And in my own culture, just like the African-American young men, you know, the notion that certain matters of honor, what you had to do was fight. So nonviolence was not in any way natural to us or normal to us. And one of the biggest sticking points was if somebody came and attacked a sister. And that was something I worried about a lot. And, you know, it would come up in discussion. I'd say, you know, to Tom, for example, who was a committed pacifist. I don't know if you know his career. He went on to work for the labor unions, became very powerful in the AFL-CIO, and had a real role in Solidarity, the Polish labor union that broke communism. Tom was shuffling funds back and forth, going to Poland all the time, carrying money for Solidarity, you know. So he was a committed labor nexus kind of guy. But he was also a pacifist, and he was gay. And I say, you know, what we're going to do if some of these crackers attack the sisters? I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be nonviolent. He says, well, if you declare yourself a conscientious objector, one of the classical questions, the traditional questions when they interrogate you is, what if your younger sister was attacked by a racist? Would you stand by and be nonviolent? And he says the answer we would give, which seemed to amuse him greatly, was, no, sir, I would nonviolently interpose my body between her and the attacker. And he said, that's what you do. If a sister gets attacked, throw yourself over her, don't attack the other person, come between them, just stand there and take the blows. And so that's what I resolved I would do in that circumstance. It never, ever happened to me. But the real problem I had with nonviolence was on those Washington demonstrations. And one has to be clear now. The conditions which prevailed in the South weren't conducive to nonviolent practice. Nonviolent practice is theater. Nonviolent practice is psychological warfare. Bayard was extraordinary practitioner of that because he was so dramatic. And what you do is you control the discourse. You control the behavior of the so-called attacker, even though you never attack him. Bayard has an essay called Nonviolence versus Jim Crow, which shows you how that operates. The questions you ask, the things you say, the behavior you do. Even though you might be being beaten, there's no question who is controlling the encounter. But that requires a small enclosed place. It requires witnesses. If the media is there with their cameras, so much the better. But on a dark country road, or if you're sleeping in your house, there's no technique of nonviolence that can protect you against a sniper or somebody coming to bomb the house. So you need to understand where nonviolence operates and where it doesn't. Now, in the DC operations, that was an arena for nonviolence. And the media was there in front of the White House, in front of the Capitol, in front of Howard University. So you behave in a certain way, and you let the mob and the rest of them behave in their own way, and you psychologically and politically win just by controlling the image. At our demonstrations, there was one group who would invariably show up, the American Nazi Party, with Lincoln Rockwell in the stormtroopers' uniform walking around the place, smoking cigarettes in the cigarette holder, and his followers, the members of the master race, wearing swastikas and khaki and stuff like that. But that used to really annoy me, because what the cops would do is we would have a picket line, and they'd force them to have their own picket line, and they'd be walking around the place with their racist signs and their swastikas, which was particularly troubling if it was a core demonstration, as so many of them were, because most of the core membership were professional people, intellectual people, white people. They were northern, they were essentially an intellectual pacifist group, and a great many of their members were Jewish. So that, and the other thing that bothered the hell out of me was that these representatives of the master race didn't seem to be in good physical condition. Some of them were fat, some of them were pot-bellied, some of them looked like they were certifiable imbeciles, looks fairly retarded, unshaven, walking around the place talking about the master race, while we were, relatively fit, clean-cut student types. But there's a certain point at which the two lines would come fairly close. There'd be a cop standing, you'd walk around the cop. So there'd be a cop standing there, but there'd be, like 5 or 6 yards. So when you got there and you were turning, a member of the master race and the swastikas and stuff was looking at you and nigger this and nigger the next. And you were saying, cracker, I'm going to kick your ass under your breath, and you turn around. And I kept really wanting. I said, if these suckers would just end the demonstrations would end at the same time. I said, if they just hang around the place so we could meet them on the way back to campus, walking back to campus, then we could really see who was the master race, which was a fairly naive form of machismo on my part. Because I'm talking about a regular fair fight like we used to have, not even a gang fight. These guys obviously had clubs, had probably guns and knives and stuff. It would be a nasty fight, it would have been ugly. But my position was, as long as we're not on a formal demonstration where we had the necessity for the discipline and nonviolence, if I catch you crackers on the way back to school, we will really see who is the master, But fortunately, it never happened. I believe they got in their cars and went back to Maryland or Virginia or wherever their headquarters were as soon as the demonstrations were over. But on the other hand, in Mississippi, where nonviolence was not, unless there were not that many demonstrations, and it's day-to-day business of organizing, the question of nonviolence never became that much of an issue. Except when Charlie and Mendy Samstein said that they were in the house of one of the local leaders. I don't know if it was Mr. Steptoe, whose house it was in, or Mr. Miles. And they said the Klan was riding. And after supper, whoever's house it was, the farmers whose house it was, had a couple of sons. And after supper, he took down the shotguns and the rifles, and he gave one to each of his sons. He took one and said they were getting ready in case the Klan attacked them to defend the house. And then they asked Charlie and Mendy, you all want a gun? And that was the conundrum they brought to the meeting. They said, well, what should we have done? We're supposed to be nonviolent. Well, if the people whose guests we are defending their homes and they offer us a gun, do we take it or not? And that was one of the first discussions after I went to a SNCC meeting in the South. And that discussion must have lasted 3-4 hours. And as I say, we in NAG were nonviolent only strategically. People from Nashville, for example, John Lewis and that brother from Mississippi, what's his name? And Diane Nash and people like that were nonviolent, like Core was nonviolent, as a religious, spiritual conviction. So that was a tension.
Bob Moses said something to me recently about Jane Stembridge and Stokely and a gun at the Freedom House in Greenwood.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anything about that?
I've heard it indirectly. I think Stokely was sent to get the guns out. Somebody had some guns in there, and Bob sent Stokely to go recover them and get them out of the Freedom House so they wouldn't be found. But to cut back to the discussion in SNCC. So some of the people like Nashville, we're nonviolent. Absolutely, we can't carry guns. It's totally antithetical to us. Forgetting that when Bayard went down to Martin Luther King's house in Montgomery, he almost sat down on a gun sitting on a chair, you know. And that especially the leadership, the activist group of the black community, but not just them, had a tradition of having to defend themselves since neither the law nor the state was going to protect them, so they had to protect each other. Like Hartman Turnbull, I took out my gun and I commenced the popping. So there was a long discussion in the meeting. And finally people concluded, they said, look, the organization is nonviolent, but individuals aren't necessarily nonviolent all the time. If you're in somebody's home, and the home is in danger of being attacked, and they decide to defend their home and you, and they offer you a weapon to do so, whether you take it or not is not SNCC's business. It is a personal decision you have to make, and if you feel comfortable sitting there and allowing other people to do your fighting for you, then you do that, if that's what your nonviolence means. But SNCC has no position on what you do in that circumstance. And that struck me as an eminently intelligent and smart way to resolve the discussion. So that impressed me a great deal about SNCC. You asked me about the first time I went south. It was to Mississippi, and it was to a SNCC meeting in Waveland. Oh, that was an interesting story. That was an interesting.
Your first time south?
Yes, ma'am. No. That was my second time south. The first time south I drove. Well, I'm going to tell you that story too. We're driving down. NAG car. Carmichael was doing the driving, as he always insisted on doing. Cortland was there. Cleve Sellers was here because we drove through South Carolina and stopped at Cleve's house, and his mother and father fixed a great feast for us. I remember Cleve was in the car. I don't know if Len Holt was. Bill Mahoney was, because we had set up the SNCC office. It was me and Bill who set it up. Remind me to talk about that SNCC conference. And we're going now, we must have been in South Carolina, North Carolina, I forget where the hell we were. And it was the dead of night. And people were hungry. But they were driving past these roadside restaurants like Howard Johnson or that stuff. And I said, well, we ain't going here and take out no stuff out in the car. I said, with my West Indian arrogant stuff, I said, you know, if you're going to be free, you have to act free. I mean, how are you driving past these damn restaurants? Let's go in there and order some food. And they say, shut up, Thelwell, you know, what you're talking about. Now, this was my first time going south. These guys had been before. And since talk is cheap, I was reading a book or something like that. And every time I'd look up, I'd say, hell, you know, you're driving past another restaurant. I mean, let's stop and get something. You're going to starve yourself to death. If you're free, act free. All of a sudden, Carmichael jammed on the brakes, came screeching on the street, drove into a parking lot. I said, all right, nigga, act free. In the dead of night. So I look around. Nobody would look at me. Ed Brown is staring out the window. Nobody would look at me. I said, all right, I'm going to act free. So I jump out of the car and walk up to the restaurant. But as I approached the lights seemed to get brighter and brighter. When I walked in there, these were Southerners. I'd never seen Southerners before. They were all sunburnt. They were working class looking people. They had on khakis or jeans and big hats and cowboy boots. And they may not even have looked at me. But there are some people who did. And I had the feeling that all the conversation in this brightly lit restaurant had come to a stop. And that people were looking at me, and I was absolutely terrified. And I said, well, I could walk out and, you know, so they wouldn't serve me. I said, fine, I ain't going to do that. So I sat down at a booth, not at a booth with a window light. And nobody came to serve me. And I think people are looking at me, and I'm getting more and more and more terrified. And I'm saying, well, I can't walk. I got to make a stand some kind of way. Am I going to demand service? What the hell am I going to do? I said, well, how you get yourself into this goddamn situation? Well, you don't just walk out of the place. I'm sitting there terrified. And when I happened to look out the window, there's Carmichael grinning at me. And Ed Brown is next to him, and Courtland, they all standing by the window to see what's going to happen to me. I don't know if they were going to rush in to save me if shit happened.
They're going to rush back to the car.
But they said, come on, come on. And so I was very happy to get up and walk out of the place and go join them. But I was so glad to see those guys standing there looking. They hadn't totally abandoned me. You know, the mess that my big mouth had put me in. And so we get to the car, and there's a long silence. And I don't really want to say, geez, I was so glad to see you guys. You know, I'm so glad you were there. But they're all quiet but smiling, you know. I said, you're tired of acting free now, Thelwell? I said, you all shut up. But I was grateful to see you, you know.
So you're terrified of the South, and yet.
Yes, ma'am. But I remember we got to Atlanta. And when I got up that morning, I walked out. It was in the black community. And there were these little houses with a little raised gardens. And what was amazing about it, the land was black, and they had shells around the flowers and stuff. And some of the flowers were the exact same flowers I had seen at my grandmother's house in the hills of Westmoreland. And I had an immense rush of nostalgia. Because, and the way the beds were organized, very much like my grandmother's beds. It suddenly just, something I hadn't thought about for 25, 30 years. It just came rushing back at me. The next time I went to, that's a story I've always meant to write and never did. The next time I went south to a SNCC meeting, I didn't have to drive. Foreman called up and said, Thelwell, I need you down here earlier. I said, well, I'm driving down with the brothers, you know, on Thursday, the meeting's Friday. He said, no. You come on Wednesday. I'm going to send you a plane ticket. I said, whoa. I had just gone on to the SNCC staff, you know, and Jim was pretty much the chief executive. So I said, whoa, I felt really important. The CEO wants me to fly down there. He needs me. What the hell is going on? So I didn't drive down. I got on the plane and I flew down to Atlanta. And Foreman meets me, or sends somebody to meet me and drive me up to the SNCC office. And Takes me into our office. There's a typewriter, and there's a tape recorder. So, I'm very flattered that Foreman has wanted me down early. He said, look, there you have a tape, history of SNCC. I need a speech for the meeting on Friday. Can you do that? Obviously, somebody had told him I was a writer. I was very flattered. I said, we're happy to do so, Jim. And it was an amazing tape. And it talked about when SNCC first was formed, and he came in as executive secretary, how they didn't have any money, how certain barbecue joints would feed the young women, how certain hairdressers would do their hair for them, how the community supported them, how he remembered from one of the early projects they called in and said they needed a gestating, a duplicating machine, and there was no money to get that. And he said, I stood up in the office and tears came to my eyes and said, in this big, rich country, these young people need just a gestating machine and I can't get it for them. I resolved to get it for them. And the narrative was a narrative of his building up the base of support. By this time, SNCC was fairly affluent, right? I mean, not the way other organizations were, but from that humble start, we had only one telephone in the office, and that was because what's her name was paying for it from our YMCA grant.
Oh, Miss Baker?
Not Miss Baker. Connie Curry.
Yeah.
Connie Curry was paying for it. Where when he first came to the office, there was just one telephone and one box with papers in there, and that telephone was only there because Connie Curry was paying for it out of her YMCA fellowship, and the office was only there because SCLC gave them this one room. And now we had this office on Raymond Street, and we're a national organization. And so the text, the narrative that he had put on tape was incidents from his building that and his thoughts and stuff like that, and he wanted it for a speech. The question is, why did he want it for a speech? Because the guy who was married to our sister Jean Wheeler, Frank Smith was running against him. Frank Smith had raised an insurrection to depose the leadership in the Atlanta office. And Jim was about to fight back, and he wanted this speech as a kind of his campaign signature. So I made quite a lovely speech. Oh, it's very moving in material, you know. Especially for that audience, the growth of the organization and the heroism of the early people in it. So I fashioned it into quite an effective speech. And at the end, Jim had said, you know, one of the things we need to do, one of the things we owe to the movement is to take care of our health. I haven't taken as good care of my health as I should have, so now I have to go to a hospital for a couple of weeks of recuperation, but I will be back. And he said, and I will be back in a couple of weeks, but I know the organization will continue and flourish, continue to be a band of brothers and a circle of trust. May the circle be unbroken. That's how I ended the speech, right? So the night before that meeting, I goes into, the staff is coming in from all the various projects. And I really used to like, I do still do, you know, Black Southern culture and the oral tradition and the music. And people know that. They used to call me old funny talking Mike Thelwell. Here come old funny talking Mike Thelwell, disparaging my Jamaican accent. So people would be playing cards, pinochle or whatever it was they played at various tables. So I'd go to all the tables of the Southern staff. Like I would see that good sister from Alabama who used to carry a gun. Annie Pearl, Avery, and the Peacock brothers at one table. I go up and say, you know how much I love the culture and the way you guys sing. Yeah, man, yeah. I said, there's a song that I just have a feeling that I want to hear. May the circle be unbroken. I said, you like that song, oh, Mike? I said, yeah, man. Could you sing it for me, please? And they'd start, I'd raise the song and I'd sing along. I said, thank you. Then see another table over there with Jesse Morris and a bunch of other people, and I'd go over there and say, you know, here's one of the songs that my brothers and sisters sing that I really love extraordinarily well. May the circle be unbroken. You think you could sing that for me? And I knew how Foreman's speech ended. And I was kind of priming the audience for the speech, right? So I got about 5 or 6 tables to indulge my sentimental love of this song. I got them singing the night before. May the circle be unbroken. And so I kind of primed. It's the only political meeting I've ever really rigged, right? So the morning, Jim gets up and he launches into the speech which I had structured for him. And it was very moving, and he talked about, you know, how they had nothing when they started and how they built the organization and the alliances and contacts he had made. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Because I'd gone to Atlanta and worked with him, I didn't drive straight down to Waveland with him. He said, no, we'd fly down. So we got in a plane. Did we fly down to Waveland? I forget whether we flew. Maybe I drove down with Jim, okay? However, we got to Waveland, when we were driving into the parking lot, there was a Sojourner fleet. And you know how we got those?
Was it a donation from the UAW?
It wasn't a donation. It was a donation, but what was it? The United Auto Workers organized the auto industry. So that one of the things they negotiated with them was the ability to buy cars for cost price. Now those cars were selling for $2,000, $2,500, $3,000. What they cost $500 to make. And that's the price that the UAW would pay to the auto workers for them. So the UAW bought cars for us at $500 a pop. So we had these new Impalas. I mean, they were really great cars. The Southern staff, the organizing staff really loved them. And as we drove into the parking lot, remember now that the text and substance of Jim's speech was the poverty out of which we had come. He said, Sojourner Motor Fleet, Sojourner Motor Fleet, Sojourner Motor, just pointing to all these cars and puffing up his chest. You know, so it was really, so anyway, first day of the meeting, Jim gets up and he delivers the speech. And as I say, it's a very moving speech. And he gets to the conclusion, he talks about we have to protect our health. He's going to the hospital, but he promises he will be back like MacArthur, he will return. And he says, and SNCC will go on, a band of brothers, and a circle of trust. May the circle be unbroken. And he turned away from the microphone like Dr. King used to do. And from all over the hall, I went, may the circle be unbroken, by and by, Lord, by and by. And it was so friggin' moving that I started to cry. And I said to myself, Thelwell, you can't stand in the room and be crying in a situation that you yourself have organized and set up. You can't be crying at the meeting at your own rig. So I ran out. So I ran out of the room, right, to go stand up underneath a tree. And then somebody else ran out of the meeting and they were crying too. And it was Frank Smith, the insurgent. And Frank Smith said, Mike Thelwell, you done castrated me. And I said, Negro, you crying just like me. It's a story I've always meant to write. Maybe about a splendid irony, because the said insurgent who were organizing against, he was so touched by the speech that he was outside of the room crying too. I reminded Frank of that, and he never denied it.
What was Frank organizing the insurgency?
He wanted to become chair as opposed to Jim. He wanted to displace Jim from the chairmanship.
Yes.
And I don't remember what issues he had, but he was traveling around to all the various projects and talking that kind of stuff, enough to get Jim alert and a little bit anxious.
You know, I've seen versions of that speech
Ah,
in the papers. Would you like a copy? Of
sure,
a version of it?
sure. Is it as moving as I recall it?
I
Or
don't
just
know if I've actually seen the speech or if I've seen part of the, you know, the larger story, you know, the history of SNCC, but it describes those early days and what it looked like. I'll send it to you and you tell me.
yeah, okay.
I think I've seen a couple versions, so one of them might be the actual speech that you constructed out of it.
Well, if there's a good narrative or description of that meeting, I'd like to see that. But it's how I remember it anyway.
I had never, but see, when I was reading these, I was guessing that it was from Waveland or for Waveland, but I didn't know. And so I've never heard the story.
The full context.
Yeah, the context for that. So Frankie, forgive you?
I mean, he didn't say it in an angry way. I mean, he was crying shit, you know. We're both very moved.
Yeah.
A lot of people in that meeting were crying, actually.
That was an emotional meeting.
But after Jim's speech, I mean, at the end of that speech, and when that spontaneous raise the song, may the circle be unbroken, I said, yeah.
You primed him.
Then I ran out to the meeting.
Judy says that there's another point in that meeting where it felt like things were just coming apart. And Jean had been teaching her a song and asked her, and she's like, come on, Judy, you know, we need to sing, you know.
That's a different meeting.
It was a different meeting?
That was a meeting, a summer
The
project.
Oxford one?
A summer project, when they broke into song and saved the meeting. That's the meeting, I think.
I think, well, I know what you're talking about.
Well, that's at least that's one I heard.
Yeah.
Maybe there was another
I
one.
think she said it was another one. It was a different song. But
You
'cause
remember
the
what-
one that at Oxford, that was Freedom, they say, is a constant.
They say that freedom is a constant sorrow, yeah. Which is a very haunting song.
So I should, since we're talking about Waveland, I should probably ask you about the notorious Waveland. Your brother Stokely's comment.
That's thoroughly discussed in that book,
I
you
know
know.
it is, but maybe not everybody will. Unfortunately, not everybody will read the book. Maybe you could do it for a different
I will,
audience.
I will, I will.
So let's start with. So you said that the SNCC conference at Howard was your first
Assignment, you're right. On my first political lesson, you see, when Foreman decided to set up a SNCC office, and the NAG people suggested that I should have the job, I didn't have anything doing. I just graduated, so it was great. They wanted a Washington representative, the impolite term for which is lobbyist, and somebody who could maintain the interests of SNCC before the national media in Washington and on the halls of Congress and, you know, to the White House if you could get there. So they wanted a presence in Washington, which is, oh Jesus, I moved, which is what every national organization wants. So the first assignment, and Bill Mahoney was sent up from the South to come work with me. We were both co-directors of the office. And I remember going, I knew Bill, I remember he asked me about the Kantian imperative and Marxian dialectic when I first met him. So I knew he was a strange fellow. But I didn't know how strange till I went to meet him at the bus station. He comes off the bus and he has a box, a wooden box and a little cardboard box. In the wooden box he has any number of philosophical textbooks. And in the cardboard box he has a drawers, a pair of dungarees, and one shirt. That was his complete wardrobe, apart from what he was wearing. So we came and we set up the office, right? And the first assignment was, we want to have a conference in Washington so that the staff can learn what federal programs there are and what can be done, and how to access them, and how they can use them in the interest of the communities. So get all the people from Department of Agriculture, you want people from the Justice Department, you want people from the Department of Housing, a whole range of federal bureaucrats are supposed to get to come to these meetings, which we succeeded in doing. And the SNCC field staff and the local people would come up, and we have these conferences, and it was at Howard. I don't know what documentation you found on that. And this was my first chance to meet all the SNCC. And then the northern staff was coming too, people from New Jersey, from Massachusetts, from New York. So it was my first chance of being around all these SNCC people, many of whom I had been reading about. And were, you know, extraordinary, bright, and attractive young people. It was really a great congregation to be in. But after, like the first day, like all conferences, after the first day, the room is full, everybody is present. And then when the federal bureaucrats started to come in and talk about these programs, the meetings got smaller and smaller and smaller. So I was very distressed that the conference wasn't being successful. And at a certain point, it got very late, and people were tired. And Bob got up and said, all right, it looks like people are tired and they're losing attention. We need some energy. Mrs. Hamer, come and talk to the people. That's the first time I saw Fannie Lou Hamer. And she got up and talked about how she went to register and they stopped the bus, they put her off the plantation, shot into her. It was a very powerful story, and Miss Hamer was a powerful speaker. And then she started to sing. And the whole room started to sing. And that was my first real introduction to the Southern spirit of the movement, because Mrs. Hamer was the exemplification of Southern black culture and the best of it, you know. It was a very powerful, it's the first time I heard Mrs. Hamer, and it was a very, very powerful occasion for me, which I have, you know, never forgotten. And that's when I met most of the SNCC staff. But ultimately, the conference was judged to have been very successful, and people got the information they needed. And I got my first political lesson from Jim, because to do this conference, we have to get resources. So I'm going around the place to all the labor unions, all the liberal political organizations, which really was my job. I mean, most people who send lobbyists to Washington send them with big bankrolls, so they giving out stuff to people. I was going around the place asking people for stuff. So I really recognized black power in those terms when it came. You know, we no longer have to be supplicants. We got to take something to the meetings. We got to have something to trade. We got to go into the meeting with something, not just our hat in our hands. Because like the meeting I told you about with the Catholic Archbishop, who told me he had just been inaugurated and the ceremony was expensive and his ring cost him so much. And it really was like the movement was going to white organizations seeking support, almost as a charitable dispensation. And I wasn't having all that great success going to the usual suspects, as it were. And then I went to an unusual suspect who was persona non grata and an outsider organization, the Teamsters. And the Teamsters gave me $1,000, which was a lot of money, to me anyway. And the first contribution I'd really gotten. So I said to Foreman, I said, Jim, the Teamsters have said they would give us $1,000. But can I put their name in the program as one of the sponsors? Because, you know, you're not supposed to deal with them. And Jim says, Mike, you can't sleep with them at night and refuse to walk down the street with them in the morning. So the Teamsters was right at the top of our list of sponsors.
When you're trying to find money for that conference and you're doing this circuit and having those conversations, did anybody talk about the issue with not the founding conference, but the one in October of 1960 when Bayard was invited and then uninvited because of AFL-CIO money.
No. Who would have talked about that?
I didn't know if it, within the organization. I mean, Jim knew about it, he wasn't there for it. Julian would have been somebody who was around for it.
Yeah, but I was asking people in Washington
Right,
for
I
funds.
understand.
No,
So you
I mean,
wouldn't have known
nobody,
the SNCC people who
right,
would.
nobody briefed me on that, no.
Yeah. So did you,
But I will get back to that Washington liberal establishment before our business here is finished today.
you have more to say?
Yeah.
So when you opened that office, the SNCC DC office in like what, fall '63 then?
I would say so.
Yeah.
I would say so.
And then that conference, I think it was like right after Kennedy was assassinated in
Right. So that would have been in what, November? Something like
It
that.
was over Thanksgiving.
Right. You're right. It was a Thanksgiving conference, right?
Yeah. And at that point, did you know that you were going to be working on the FDP challenge? Or was that still
The FDP
brewing?
didn't exist.
I was going to say they were still working out the details.
The
for the
FDP
summer.
didn't exist. One of the first other responsibilities we had was when Bob came to Washington, Bob Moses, and said that they were planning the summer project. The summer project was when, 63 or 64?
4.
All right, but this was in fall of 63.
Yeah,
So
so
in the spring of 64, Bob came and said they had made this decision after discussions with Robert Spike and the rabbis, and so they were going to inundate the state with these Northern volunteers because the movement had come to a stalemate. And what had been happening, all the killings that had taken place up to that point were of local people. Because I think there was a policy not to kill the volunteers because they had congressmen up north. And like Bob came with a phone number to the Justice Department. And besides which, the volunteers, the SNCC workers couldn't vote. I mean, the outsiders, the Northerners couldn't vote. So their concern was to suppress the vote, as it still is to this very day, suppress the vote in the black community. And how you do that, you kill the people who can vote, you kill the leaders, and you intimidate the rest. So, and it was after the murder of Lewis Allen that I think Bob decided to have a summer project and bring in people to break that logjam. So my job was to take him around the place to all these pockets of progressive thought and liberal influence, ADA, American for Democratic Action, this kind of stuff. That think tank over there on Wisconsin Avenue at Wasco, what was that thing? Policy Studies, Institute for Policy Studies, right? Places like that. And I was taking Bob around. And I think this meeting was at the Institute. And there are a lot of progressive congressional aides. There are a lot of younger people. I mean, they call the people together from the Institute that I wouldn't have had all those contacts. A lot of people in the labor union who are said to be progressive, center of progressive thought. And Bob says, well, what we're thinking of doing is creating a political party after the freedom vote, which he had just had, called the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, and we're going to go to the convention in Atlantic City and challenge the regular Democrats. People say, wow, what a dramatic idea. What a brilliant idea. What a bold idea. But how is it going to be done? That will require incredible organizing. Where are the resources going to come from? Can you organize such a party and survive? All of these were very intelligent kind of doubts and questions. And besides which, the National Democratic Party will never tolerate you in Atlantic City. So it's quixotic, it's doomed to failure. And so they're going back and forth. Well, maybe we would support such a thing, but what is Johnson's, and Johnson was the uncrowned king of the political world at that time, having taken over after Kennedy and done so well. What's LBJ going to say about it? What's the Democratic Party going to say? You'll never be seated in Atlantic City, it's quixotic. And that was the tenor of the conversation. And then Bob said, and then somebody said, you know, if you really want to get a reading on this, you better discuss it with Joe Rowe. And Bob said, well, I just left Joe Rowe's office, and Joe said we could be seated. What? Joe Rowe said what? He said, Joe said we could be seated. He thought we could be seated. The whole mood in the meeting changed. Well, if Joe Rowe said that, then maybe there's a possibility. Maybe we better look at this thing again. And then people started to make commitments of support, just on the basis of Bob saying that Joe Rowe said we could have been seated, because he was a very powerful beltway politician in the internal politics of the Democratic Party and the liberal forces in Washington, D.C. I remember that very distinctly. And then we started organizing support for the challenge. I mean, not for the challenge, for the summer project. And we started recruiting people. And we recruited a lot of people from NAC to go down in the summer project. Well, Stokely and Cortland did. I was in the office. I came through the office. And we recruited Ralph Featherstone. Now, one of the other things the office used to do was to raise food and clothes for the people who were being kicked off the land. And we, from the surrounding suburbs and from the supermarkets, we'd put the stick up on them on Safeway and Stop and Shop and places like that. And we'd gather this food and these clothes. We'd sort the clothes and we'd get boxes and boxes of food, canned food and stuff, and we'd send them down in a truck. And the Teamsters would send one of their drivers to drive the truck down for us. And they would also help us get the half track to do it. So that was one of the activities of the office. And this was being done, and I'm going to talk about the young friends, high school friends of SNCC. You ever heard of the high school friends of SNCC? You should. That woman who organized the anniversary conference, Charlene Kranz, was one of the high school friends of SNCC. And there were young white people who lived in the suburbs whose people were probably employees of the federal government or professional people. And there were a great group of high school kids who I really loved them. We put them to incredible. We had some little schemes that we used to work. Couldn't do that in Washington anymore. All right. So they used to come in. They used to help collect this food and clothes. They used to help make the appeals to various people. We'd appeal to churches, we'd appeal to schools, and everybody would have a collection. We'd collect it, come to the office, we'd sort it, we'd send it. One of the people who shared our office was a committee for miners, led by a Scotsman named Hamish Sinclair. But their Washington representative was a young guy named Joel Drexler. And we gave them space in the SNCC office because they didn't have nothing. And this was when in Hazard, Kentucky, there was a huge miners' strike against the coal miners and stuff like that. And one day, Joel decided he was going to bring a group of miners, people active in the strike. And about 10 or so of these hillbillies came. They talk about the high sheriff, like the high sheriff of Nottingham. I mean, some of the language was Elizabethan, and they talk about hills and dales and down in the holler and stuff like that. There's sure enough Scots-Irish hillbillies. And I really like those guys. They asked me to come and start a SNCC project in Hazard, Kentucky, which I took to Foreman, but said no dice, and it's probably just as well, because they were shooting. And when they came in, I said, okay, Joel, I take them to dinner. And there was a black restaurant, it was supposed to be the most fancy black restaurant, called the Keys Restaurant, down on U Street in Washington. And I took them there. And we went inside to eat. And we're at the table. And I said, you guys can have a drink on SNCC. The guy ordered a Salisbury steak, mashed potatoes, and some green peas. And his meal came. And it sat in front of him, and he just looked at it. And a tear ran down his cheek. And I looked and says, I didn't know what was going on with the guy. I said, something wrong, sir? He says, no, it's just like this is the best mess I've had in 2 years. Best mess is what he called it, the best meal I've had in 2 years. And he was, you know. So when they left, I said, shit, the people in Mississippi won't mind. Well, I said, load up their van with as much food from the drive to Mississippi as we can spare. And we just loaded it up, you know, lots of canned beans and stuff like that, and sent them back to Hazard, Kentucky. And they allowed us how it would be a good thing if SNCC was to come set up a project there. But that never went very far.
Didn't some white workers go into Hazard a couple of years later down the road, working with Ann Braden maybe?
If so, I don't know anything about it, but SNCC didn't start a project there. And if we were going to start a project, by that time we didn't have the White Folks Project, but if we were going to start a project, that would have been how to do it, you know.
I think eventually one of the legacies of the White Folks Project went into it, but I'm not sure.
That would have been, that would have been some years down the road.
Yeah.
So the high school friends of SNCC used to come in to sort and package and pack up the food and clothes to go down. But they were rambunctious going to high school students, you know, well-meaning, and I loved them all. I said, oh, y'all got to get this shit organized. And this black guy who was teaching school came in and said he wanted to see what he could do. I said, here's what you can do. Take control of that bunch of rascals over there and get them organized to get this food and clothes going to Mississippi where people need it. And he took control and he organized them, and he had a way of reasoning with them. He had a way of being firm with them. But obviously a splendid organizer with a certain quiet authority to him. You know who I'm talking about, right? It's Ralph Featherstone. And Feather was to organize many truckloads of food and stores to Mississippi. And then came the summer project. And Feather, he was married. And he was a little bit older. He had been an all-city point guard, high school player. He had graduated from college, and he was teaching school, I think in a middle school or something like that. And he said to me, Mike, I think I want to go to Mississippi on this project. I said, Feather, ain't you married? And unlike the rest of the SNCC people, you know, as a young man who had started his career, he had a teaching job. I said, hey, let's go talk. So I went out the office and we sat on the curb looking at the FBI car that was always parked across the street. And I said, Feather, you know, there's a hell of a good chance that everybody who goes down there ain't coming back. And he said, well, it's my people and it's my people's struggle. And if that's the way it goes, that's the way it goes. I said, all right, brother. He accepted. And he left to go to the orientation in Oxford. And on the way down to Mississippi after the orientation, after Shirley Goodman and Cheney had disappeared, a lot of the cars came through Washington. I remember I developed a lot of respect for progressive Jewish people because one car came. After Shirley Goodman and Chairman disappeared, I walked into my office, that's the SNCC Washington office, and all these really, really, really nicely dressed, attractive, youngish to middle-aged women had taken over. And they're saying, call so-and-so. My husband gave him $500 for his last campaign. Call him. He will answer us, and call so-and-so. And they're calling congressman, which is my job, you know. So I stand up at the corner of the office, and nobody pays any attention to me. I'm saying, this is my office, and all these people done took over. And there's mothers from Long Island, and they're all Jewish, as a matter of fact. And I said, damn, they're getting through to Congress people that I ain't never been able to speak to, so let me just stand there and watch their work, you know, and they're busy calling. And then one of the cars going down to Mississippi stopped to check in at the office. And this big, dark-haired, curly-haired, good-looking kid came walking into the office, and he looks in the back and says, Mom, what are you doing here? And she looked up and says, hey, what are you doing here? She said, I'm going down to Mississippi now. And she ran and hugged him and kissed him. And I said, damn. Because my mother had been burning up the telephone lines from Jamaica, saying, if you go to Mississippi, Mike, you will get killed. She didn't know what Mississippi was, but somebody who had known some knowledge of Jamaica must have told her this. She said, if you go to Mississippi, I'm going to get the FIB after you. I said, you're going to get the FIB after me, are you, Mom? I said, but I'm not going. That's okay. I got to work here in Washington. So I was very struck by that mother who just kissed her son and said, you know, go with God, God bless you, and sent him off to Mississippi. And seemed so proud of him, you know.
Was it hard not to go to Mississippi?
Mm-hmm. Well, my mother was threatening to get the FIB after me, so. Well, I finally got there, but I didn't get it. Well, by the time I got to Mississippi, they sent me back to Washington. Never forget that.
What happened?
Giat met me as soon as I walked into the meeting, and I'd said, no, I'm going to Mississippi. I wanted to be a field organizer. I wanted to wear the blue jeans and run from the sheriff and do all the romantic kind of things. And Kunstler, Arthur Kenoy, and Bill Kunstler, they met me. Said, Mike, just the man we're looking for. I said, what? Because I turned over the SNCC office to Jim Monsonis. Mm-hmm. You're going back to Washington? I said, what for? He said, you're going back to Washington to start the MFDP office. I said, God damn it. We're challenging the Mississippi congressman. You got to go back and start the office. So I had to turn around and go all the way back to Washington.
Was that after the summer?
Yeah. This was after the end of the summer. So another car headed south after the Jewish mother and her son that so moved me. Stopped. And who should burst in the office but Ralph, with a big smile on his face and his chest all puffed up. I'd never seen him so happy and so exhilarated and so energized. He says, guess what, Mike? I'm assistant director of the Freedom Schools. Well, what's interesting about that is that in the short time of the orientation, which was about a week at the most, people out there working had picked up the abilities of Ralph. And Ralph was made, you know, assistant director of the Freedom School. And he was the operative director because, what's the name of this guy who was at Staunton Linden? So I don't think was in Mississippi during the summer. He had to write some of the things and write down the formulations of the committee, but it was Ralph who ran it. And his chest was all puffed up. He was so proud. And then a very good friend of mine, whom Ralph introduced me to, later on when I was running the MFDP office, Ralph comes into the office with this really long, red-haired, white young man, and said, Mike, I done brought you something. I said, what? I said, here, he coming to work in the office. He was a volunteer in Neshoba County. And Ralph was working in Neshoba County after the disappearance of those people. And that's when I met my best friend. He's a very, very smart guy. He was a philosophy graduate student at Yale, Stuart Hampshire's brightest student. And he went to Mississippi and stayed over. And he really loved Mississippi, and he was a very perceptive guy. He understood his perceptions of black culture and everything. And he worked in the office for a while. Very funny. One time, we had some victory in the challenge, and we went out to celebrate, and our office was down in southwest Washington, close to Capitol Hill. So we went to this little restaurant, which was really a hillbilly kind of restaurant. And we had dinner, and then we had a couple of drinks, and then we had a couple more drinks. And it was my friend Alan Giat, who, as you know, weighed 300 pounds. Jan Goodman, who would be a great person for you to interview. She's a very, very smart woman. She has more political experience, certainly, than I had. She used to work in presidential campaigns, and she was the assistant coordinator of the MFDP office for the challenge, Jan Goodman. She's now a lawyer in New York, live in the village. So there was
Tell me a little bit about your friends in the comments.
Alan, myself, Lawrence Giat, and Jan Goodman. There was 4 of us. So we had dinner, and we had a drink, then we had another drink, and we're talking about things that was taking place in the House Administration Committee, and we're talking about, Capitol Hill gossip, the things that people inside the Beltway talk about, and we're getting quite relaxed. So I must have had 2 or 3 drinks, maybe 3 or 4, I don't know how many, it was 4 hours. But when the bill came, it was $45. That's a lot of money. And I felt downright guilty to be using that much of the movement's money to have 3 or 4 drinks in this white restaurant. But it was really a working class hillbilly restaurant. And they said, oh my God, look at the bill. How much money you got? I might have had $6 on me. Alan might have had 4. And we finally got bailed out, but when we pooled our joint resources, the bill was like $45, and we had about 25. So I said, well, the only thing we can do is to place the $26 we have on the table and run like hell for the door. And Giat says, well, Mr. Chairman, I want to associate myself with those sentiments. And my friend Alan, whom Ralph had introduced us, looked up and said, Mr. Chairman, as much as you might want to embrace those sentiments, I doubt very much you're going to be able to implement them. And we all cracked up laughing. And Giat said not to worry about it. And he reached into his pocket, and he had been to a black church fundraiser. He had an envelope with dollar bills in there. So he peeled off another $20 and put it on there. Money's contributed to the MFDP for the challenge. And it's the only time we ever ripped off any money from the movement, that $20 to settle the bill. Well, Mr. Chairman, much as you might want to associate yourself with those sentiments, looking at his girth, he says, I very much doubt that you're going to be able to implement them.
I was thinking about Jim Farmer's story about how he doesn't have to be the fastest, he just has to be able to outrun. Yeah, probably would have been at the back of the pack.
Absolutely.
Can you talk about what it was like to work on the Atlantic City Challenge, your job in D.C., and work that summer?
Well, I left. I made initial contacts, I think, and I always worked in D.C. I didn't travel. A lot of the organizing had to do with going to the state conventions and getting commitment from the Democratic delegation that they would go a certain way. But prior to that time, one had to make contact with the congressmen in Washington. And through the congressmen, or through our supporters in the state, we learn about who the key local activists were to go organize. But I was organizing the Congress. And my main job, because once the summer project became known, a wave of propaganda swept through the Beltway. And it essentially was what the Mississippi crackers were saying. And it's what the incipient right-wing, because they weren't as well developed now, were saying. That A is a totally quixotic action that is doomed to failure. And if it's not doomed to failure, it's not a good faith action. They pretend, they being us, pretend they're going down here to do education, to run culture centers, but they're really going down here to disrupt the state and to embarrass the state of Mississippi and the national government, like the Freedom Riders did. So it's really a very cynical procedure on our part. And number three, what these cynical activists, Maoist adventurers trying to do is to get young white Americans down here to get them killed. And young American students down here to get them killed, which in sense they held out to me in the office because, I mean, all these people, my colleagues, the people I'd met them working with, they were American students. And they were decent and well-meaning people. And the last thing they wanted to do is kill anybody. And why instead of talking about the terrorists who are doing the killing, they're talking about the potential victims that we bring in. I mean, it was really perverse. And people like Evans and Novak were writing that. People like that guy who was supposed to be the dean of Washington columnists. One of them was gay, just two brothers. Yeah, you know who I mean. And they were naturally syndicated. And even Drew Pearson got involved in a very curious way. And it's another story that probably needs to be told. But so all that propaganda started being put out against the Summer Project.
How did you try to combat it?
Well, as best we could. But I didn't know, I mean, I could see what the columnists were writing. What was the name of that other guy besides Evans? Evans and Novak were kind of rather roses, but this guy was austere and had gravitas. What's his name? Two brothers. And their names are all over the history.
So I'd recognize him if you said it.
Mm-hmm. Where did I last see him? A story either about Jackie Kennedy or Eleanor Roosevelt, to whom he was a great advisor and confidant. That's the level at which these motherfuckers moved. And he came out and said flat out that he had clear proof and evidence that what SNCC was trying to do was to create martyrs. I was trying to lure people down here to get them killed so as to embarrass the country. So, at the same time this is being said, there is a campaign of vilification taking place in Mississippi, saying that the state is going to be invaded, that these people are disease-ridden, syphilitic people coming to infect white women with various sexually transmitted diseases, that they're communists being financed by Castro and Cuba. And the state is passing all this draconian, absurd legislation in a special session. It's illegal to rent a room to a visiting white person or a black person. I mean, all kinds of... They're buying tanks and tear gas dispensers and that blue paint that would paint people blue so you know who's in demonstration. They're stockpiling shotguns and machine guns. So a real crisis atmosphere has been created in the state. And then the Klan is burning crosses every weekend. And then the media down there, the radio talk shows, and the print media, Jackson Clarion Ledger, Jackson Daily News, are publishing all these very incentive, what do you call it?
Incendiary?
Incendiary, but no, incite.
Inciting.
Yeah, inciting comments. And nothing else is appearing in the Mississippi media, demonizing the volunteers, whom I'm up in Washington recruiting, and I know that to be the best young Americans you can find, very earnest and well-meaning, but creating an atmosphere where if you're just an ordinary young white Mississippian boy brought up on the rhetoric of the lost cause and the Confederate, whatever it is, and Southern patriotism, then you would conclude very strongly that your patriotic duty as a young white person would be to kill these invaders who are coming to completely disrupt the state, besmirch white womanhood, and spread communism and disease. I mean, if such a person were coming into my state, I'd want to off them too, right? So, and then we discovered that a version of this was being circulated among liberals. Some young white woman at school in the Midwest sent us a letter that her father's best friend sent to him when he called on and said, my daughter is thinking of going to Mississippi to work on voter registration and education and work in a freedom school. It seemed like a good thing. What do you think? And this guy wrote and said, that's the rhetoric of what they're saying. That's not what they intend. They just want to get young white students killed. And this person was very important in the Democratic Party. I can't remember who it was or what his exact title was. But he was a mover and a shaker in Washington. And I said, damn, if the establishment is saying this shit, we need to counter it. And we'd call press conferences and we'd do whatever we could, and nobody would show up or very few people would show up. Every time we'd call a press conference, the White House started, they would call a press conference. So the political press would, hey, you're going to go to the MFDP, the SNCC office, or you're going to go to the White House. And so we were stymied in that way. And that is where I remember, so one of the things we started to do was to say, look, all this provocative, very dangerous, incendiary rhetoric and mobilization is taking place in Clyde State, and the country's paying no attention. So we got to get some congressmen, if you can get some decent congressmen, maybe Adam Clayton Powell, who's a committee chairman or somebody, he wouldn't do it. I don't know if I got to talk to him, but to talk to Congress people to see if there can be a congressional hearing on the circumstances in Mississippi, in which case the media would have to attend. And if they get the right witnesses, if they get black people to come and testify, if they get SNCC people to come and testify, there's no way the story can be suppressed. So that was part of my job preparing for the summer project.
Is that when you wrote that letter to Lorraine Hansberry? Was that hearing?
Well, I'm getting to that. One of the I remember speaking to people like Congressman Ryan, a couple of liberal congressmen from California, and a guy from Wisconsin, Kastenmeier, Senator Bob Kastenmeier from Wisconsin. Interesting thing is that editor I was telling you about with the SNCC book, she married one of Kastenmeier's sons or something like that. And I could say, hey, I can tell you something about your father-in-law. But I was in his office, or she was engaged to him. I was in his office, he was a young guy, you know, and I started to recount everything that was being said in the media, everything that the Klan was doing, everything that the mayor of Jackson was doing, that the political leadership of the state was doing, and what the media was saying. And I kept saying, you know, it seems closer, more and more to me, that if this continues, there's going to be killings, maybe even a bloodbath. There's going to be violence. I mean, it's what they're setting, they're programming it for that. And as I went on, just adducing evidence, and this happened, and this has been happening, and this has been happening, I saw Kastenmeier's head start moving down and moving down and moving down, like a burden was on his shoulders. By the time I finished the description, his head was lying on the desk. He was laying on the desk. And I said, so, Congressman, we've got to have a congressional hearing. He says, we'll never get a hearing through. He said, the White House is opposed to it, and the Democratic leadership is opposed to it.
Were they opposed because of the upcoming challenge?
There was no challenge at this point. Oh, you mean the challenge in Atlantic City? I don't think anybody took that really real. It's just that, you know, business as usual and congressional privilege. And they were pushing out the position that is really agitators coming, and also that in a great many of the congressional committees, Dixiecrats, because of their longevity, had senior roles in there. I mean, look, there was 5 Mississippi congressmen that we were trying to unseat. And between the 5 of them, I think they had 235 years seniority, you know, or something like that, which was some unheard of figure. Simply because after you won those little white primaries, you get elected to office and it's a lifetime job. So they were able to jam things up in the Congress. And that was why we said, okay, if we can't get a congressional hearing, we should try and get our own hearing. And that letter you saw to Lorraine Hansberry, and we could go get it and read from it if you want it in the record, was what we did. And what we did was we got Bob and the people in Mississippi, the Mississippi movement, to get a bunch of local people, black people. I don't think we had any white witnesses. And we rented the National Theater in Washington, and we contacted a lot of prominent American citizens. I remember Norman Mailer, I called him up to come. And he was a very good guy. He had a Brooklyn accent. He said, geez, you know, I'd love to do that. I'd really want to do it, but maybe it's not in your best interest. You know, my reputation ain't really so good these days. He had just stabbed his wife. He said, so my presence here might not serve your purposes. And I said, thank you, Mr. Mailer. And I respected him for that.
Yeah.
So what we did was, I remember we got these people from Mississippi to testify. Miss Hamer, of course, being prominent among them. Hartman Turnbull being prominent among them. Mr. Miles, Mr. Steptoe. Mr. Steptoe's great story.
Yeah.
You know the story I mean?
Mm-mm.
You know, Mr. Steptoe was little, about 5'4" or something like that, and very slightly built. And the sheriff down in Emmett County was a huge, big redneck. And this was after they killed Herbert Lee for leading voter registration in Emmett County. Mr. Steptoe takes down a second group of people, black people, to go and register to vote. And Mr. Steptoe, again, slight, almost petite guy, but brave as a lion. There's a group of Marines, is going into the courthouse, and the sheriff comes looming over him and puts his hand on his gun and said, Steptoe, state your business. What are you doing here? You remember Mr. Steptoe's answer? Mr. Steptoe says, well, Sheriff, if I lives, I'm going to register to vote. And at that point, the answer to that question wasn't clear, whether Mr. Steptoe would live, right?
Yeah.
So we brought him up to testify. And Moody came. She brought 2 young men, 2 beautiful young guys, about 14 and 12 years old, who testified about being put in the stockade. They were some of the best witnesses. And we got these distinguished Americans. It was in the National Theater. And we even hired stenographers to write it down, or we made a tape recorded, one or the other. But the transcript was developed just like a congressional hearing, and it was published just like a congressional hearing. The transcript of those hearings is something I wish I'd saved a copy of. But that's the kind of stuff we used to do. That's the kind of stuff we used to do in preparation for the summer project.
You said earlier that there was a memo that you'd really like to have a copy of.
That's the Voting Rights Act memo.
Okay. So I'll hold off on that. But let me ask you, so what was it? Look, I'm stumbling over my questions. Ms. Baker worked on the Atlantic City Challenge out of the Washington.
Right, Ms. Baker came up. By then, I did that initial work. But when the summer begun, I left the office, and Jim Monsonis took over. And Mrs. Baker came up and started doing a lot of traveling, I gather, to the various state conventions and stuff like that, and carrying the message in that way. Had I maintained in the office, had I remained in the office, I'd have probably done some of that. But, there's also the question of my very clear and evident Jamaican accent and the fact that I'm not an American citizen. So it seemed like it wasn't the smartest thing or the most effective thing for me to be running around to these various state conventions then to go, challenge the Mississippi delegation. Who the hell is this foreigner? Or as my good friends in Mississippi put it, funny talking Mike Thelwell to be doing that.
So what were you doing instead?
None of your damn business.
All right.
There was a lady. I was washing some clothes in a laundromat in New York. And this woman with a very distinctive, good-looking woman, a very distinctive Russian accent, which I won't attempt to imitate, asked me if I could help her fold her clothes. And I did. And we had a conversation. And she gave me her telephone number. And I called up the number, and the woman who answered had a French accent. And I said, you came to the person I'm trying to call because the lady I'm calling has a distinctly Russian accent and I'm looking for her. And she says, well, is there a message? And I give her the message. She says, she will call you back. But then the woman who called me back had a German accent. I said, what the hell's going on here? Well, it turns out she was a character actress. And she had all these accents down pat. And she had me going like hell. So I spent a couple of months when I exiled myself from the SNCC office. I had a picture of her downstairs too, one of the big promotion pictures, with this lady of the many accents.
So were you around during the actual Atlantic City Challenge, or were you exiled?
I wasn't in Atlantic City.
No.
I wasn't in Atlantic City. But I got all the reports from people who were, SNCC people that came back. And I really was very tempted to go to Atlantic City. A curious sense of appropriateness and protocol. I said, look, I'm not working in the SNCC office anymore, so I'm not actually on the SNCC staff. So why should I want to go push myself up in Atlantic City and present myself? Well, the fact that the mood and tone in SNCC didn't have to be on staff. All kinds of people were showing up. If I'd gone, all my friends from NAG would have welcomed me. And, I said, why I go up and make demands on SNCC resources, needing a place to stay and all the rest. I'm sad I didn't have any money because I wasn't on the SNCC payroll anymore, so I was very broke. So that's why I wasn't there.
Yeah. And then you started working on the Congressional Challenge?
Well, then I came back after the summer was over, after the convention challenge was over, and decided, there had been some offers of some literary people who wanted to sponsor me for a kind of literary patronage. That's really what the fuck it was. I won a couple of national prizes for short story writing and stuff like that. And one day I'm in the dorm at Howard, and there's this very New York, sophisticated voice on the phone, a woman called, Mr. Thelwell? Yes, ma'am. I just won one of the story magazine, publication, one of the story magazines. She says, I just read your short story. It was brilliant, and I would so like to handle you. I said, you like to handle me, madame? She says, I mean your work. So I acquired an agent who had been Richard Wright's agent and who gave me a very interesting letter that William Faulkner had written to Richard Wright.
Oh, really?
Very paternalistic. You want to hear about it?
Yeah.
What it essentially said was, as soon as I read it between the lines, Faulkner was the acknowledged master of representing Mississippi reality in literature and representing it from a white perspective. Then along comes Richard Wright, who was vaguely of the left, might have been a communist, and is writing the same experience from a black perspective. And the two things don't mesh. So Faulkner, it was very much my son. I have read your book, and it was very much in the rhetoric of the new criticism, the kind of deification of art and the artist. I have read your work, and you appear to have talent, and I believe one day you could be an artist. And you might succeed, you just might succeed in the difficult task of becoming an artist if you will eschew hatred, and so and so and so. So in other words, tone your goddamn message down and we might accept you at the high table of literary art. Do it on in that vein. But if you only can get away from hatred and recrimination, one day you may become an artist. And she gave me a copy of that letter, which I never kept. I didn't keep Malcolm's letters, fuck, you know. But anyway, yeah, so I'd gone to a meeting. And at the meeting was the editor of the Southern Review, whose name I cannot recall right now. A writer for the New Yorker magazine and his agent. And this was a meeting in New York. In fact, the guy I was staying with was the editor of Crown Press who had published my last story from this contest. And that was a story in which it's called Community of Victims. It has to do with a young black man at a bus stop, a white woman at the bus stop, and a drunken black man who comes up and starts to aggressively approach the white lady, and then the young black guy intercedes. He's trying to save face for the for the black drunk. He's trying to save him from getting into trouble with the police, but he don't want to appear to be kissing up to the white lady either, so he's got a problem how to handle it. And at one point, when they sit down on the bus, the woman touches him on his knee and says, thank you, to get his attention, says, thank you. And I remember the editor of the Southern Review said, that's a very intimate gesture, get it out, right? But anyway, I'm at this meeting, and they proceed to tell me how talented I am, and how they think I really have a career as a writer. And there was some talk, well, there was a strategy. I would write 2 or 3 short stories, which I would submit to the editor of the Southern Review, and which, I guess, upon negotiation, if the right quantity, they were published there, which would be the basis for seeking a contract for me for a novel. And then somebody had a friend who had an apartment in Venice or Naples, where I didn't speak the language, so I'd have to write, that was vacant, and could be made accessible to me, available to me. And I could do this novel right quick. At this point, I had been out to Jamaica for 4 years. I wasn't African-American by any stretch of the imagination. But I'm not saying anything, you know, I mean, just write a novel, you're a talented writer, go write a novel. And so obviously what I had was patrons, literary patrons, you know, the kind of patronage and clientelism that governed the Harlem Renaissance and the black literary experience. Well, that's even very discovered, you know, it is 3 white people taking an interest in my career, telling me how talented I was. And at the end of which, Blues for Mr. Charlie, Baldwin's play, had been on Broadway and created a great deal of controversy. And the agent said, oh, by the way, said to the group, I mean, we had finished the discussion, and I said, okay, we got it. All right, very good. Mike will write these stories, we get the contract, everything is in place for a literary career, right? To change the subject. By the way, have you seen Blues for Mr. Charlie? And a couple of people said they had, one maybe said they had. And she says, well, it's just atrocious, just awful. That James Baldwin is finished. I had a great deal of respect for Jimmy Baldwin. That James Baldwin is finished. In fact, I think we're ready. It's time for a new black writer. And look at me and smile. I said, oh, is that what's going on? So I left and went back to Washington and called up Jim Foreman and said, I'm coming back to SNCC. He said, well, come down south. So that was what happened. We're discussing what the black writers' responsibility were and about, son was about rising in Washington. I remember we had to send out and get liquor from bootleggers because the stores weren't open. And Jimmy got to swaying a little bit and says, well, my young brothers and sisters, here we are. I, James Baldwin, a black writer, must in some way represent you. No, you didn't elect me, and I didn't ask for it, but there we are. But I can promise you this. If you can promise me that you will never, ever accept any of the degrading and reductive definitions of yourself and your humanity that this republic has prepared for you, I, James Baldwin, can promise you that I shall never betray you. That was the high point of that evening. I've never forgotten it. Stokely quotes it in his book. None of us who were there forgot it. And Jimmy never did. So when this woman says, you know, that's probably not on the tape, that James Baldwin is finished, we're ready for a new black writer, I knew it was time to get my ass out of there, you know, and not go back. I think it was when the Carmichael book came out. Or it could have been when The Harder They Come came out. They got their phone call from the same lady saying, Michael Thelwell, I thought I was your agent. I hadn't spoken to the woman for 20 years, you know.
But she wanted a claim.
Well, she wanted to reestablish a professional relationship, I guess.
So did you work in the South for a while? Or did you immediately get sent back to...
On the next plane.
Yeah.
I get to the meeting. It may have been the meeting, could have been at Waveland, or it could have been the one at the seminary in Atlanta. You can check which one it was after the conventional challenge.
Oh, after the convention challenge, that would have been Gammon.
That would have been?
The convention challenge, it would have been Gammon.
Yeah, Gammon, okay. So it was the theological seminary in Atlanta. That's where it was. And as soon as I walked, and I barely had time to flirt with 2 or 3 of the volunteers, and Giat and Kunstler and Kennard came wearing down on me. Mike, we've been looking for you. We've been looking for you. We need you. I said, what for? You got to go back to Washington. Start for an office with the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. Gave me $200 to start the office and sent me back to Washington.
Yeah, I wasn't going to have you in Mississippi with him.
And I went back to Washington for the challenge. So Giat handed me $200 in cash to say, go rent an office and equip it and get ready because we're going to challenge. Now, it's important to understand the challenge strategy. The convention or the practice of challenging seats in Congress really began with Reconstruction, where a lot of Southern delegations were coming up and Republicans were challenging them, or the Republicans would come up and Democrats would challenge them as to whether they truly represented the state or they truly had won legitimate access to the seats they were going. And to do that, a process was developed. First of all, that Congress is the only judge of its own legitimacy. So you couldn't challenge for a seat in court. You couldn't go to a federal court and file a lawsuit and say, I'm the true representative. It's all predicated on a vote in Congress, which means that ultimately it's a political decision, and it's all predicated on who has majority in the Congress. And if you're a minority party, if your party don't control a majority in the House, There's no point you going and challenging for the seat because they're going to outvote you. And the Democrats had a huge majority. But the process that, I mean, in 1964 when we were doing it, 65, the Democrats had a huge majority. That's number one. Number two, Congress is the only judge. And the next element is the only person who can challenge the seating of any elected member, any member claiming to be elected, is somebody who also ran in the election and is challenging for the seat. So you have to have been a candidate. And then, if such a candidate comes forward, the only way you can challenge the seating is when the Congress convenes and the Speaker says, all rise to be sworn in. And as the Congress is rising, then you have to have another congressperson who represents your interests rise first and say, Mr. Chairman, get the attention of the chair. And the chair will say, why does the gentleman rise? He says, I rise to challenge the seating of Representative Crosby of Mississippi for X and O reasons. And once that protocol takes place, then the challenge goes into effect. And then what next follows from that, if you get the attention of the chair and you challenge the seating, the chair then says to the challenged congressman, please step aside. Why does he say that?
Because he can't take the seat until it's investigated.
Not till it's investigated. He can take the seat at the will of Congress. But there's no Congress until they're sworn in. They can't do shit. So you step aside, you swear the body in, and then the body could just turn around and vote. He's the representative, and you sit back down. 5 minutes is all the time it would take. Or the body might vote, he ain't the representative. Or there's a real challenge here, in which case a process is then put into motion. The challenger gets his documents and his evidence, and is sent to the House Committee on Internal Affairs. The guy claiming the seat, who's been certified presumably by the party in control in that state, he sends his credentials and his evidence, and the House Committee threshes it out and votes on it. They could either vote that the challenge has no validity, in which case the congressman who was sent forward with the credentials will be seated, and that can happen in a week or 10 days, happen very shortly. Or they can vote at the Congress that the challenge has validity. And presumably, they could vote that the challenger is entitled to the seat, but that's just the committee. So when the committee makes that determination, they send it to the complete House, who settles the issue. But that's the only way a seat in the House can be challenged. There is another stipulation or another process which is involved. And that is if the House doesn't seat the challenged party and says that the challenge should be sent to the House Committee to be adjudicated, the challenger can go into the constituency and seek depositions from every election official, from every elected official, from local people. And those depositions, his right to seek those depositions has the power of subpoena. So these people have to come, have to answer the questions, have to give testimony, and that testimony could be then sent to the House. But that whole process is not triggered unless the House so votes after the challenged Congress people have stood down. All right? You follow that?
Yes.
So what do you need to challenge the seating? What do you need?
One congressman to stand up.
No. Prior to that, what you need?
People to run.
You need people claiming. Somebody's got to claim the seat. You can't challenge them abstractly, and you got to have challengers who had run to claim the seat. Now, in Mississippi at that time, there was no way any black person could get on the ballot because you'd have to go through the primary, or you'd have to go through the nomination process and be accepted by the state to put you on the official ballot. So that was out of the question. Unless, say, you won the Democratic primary or you won a Republican primary and got put on the state. And both those parties were at that time lily white. So the only way we could get challengers was to run people in a freedom election. But a freedom election has no official status. So what would cause the House of Representatives or anybody else to accept it as being a legitimate challenger? So you can see it's a very uphill struggle. But after the convention challenge in Atlantic City, which ended with incredibly bad will and recriminations, and SNCC being abused as trying to torpedo the election of Lyndon Johnson, trying to destroy the Democratic Party, being not understanding politics, being politically naive or politically sinister, whichever one you prefer. And we were absolutely persona non grata and the pariahs of beltway politics and internal politics of the state. And that's a situation in which Giat is sending me back into Washington to go challenge these sit-ins. But Giat, bless his heart, also had a sense of irony and subversiveness. Because after we left Atlantic City, being abused by every facet of the Democratic Party possible, and even by some of our old allies. We weren't abused by Robert Speck of the National Council of Churches, but he thought that our political acumen left a lot to be desired, or that we weren't dependable people to work with politically. He wasn't sure. He came back over at a meeting we called in Washington. Or he invited us to a meeting and we went, and he was surprised that we went. But to go back to Washington representing the MFDP is like to go to Tel Aviv or Jerusalem, say representing the Nazi Party, right? I mean, it wasn't a popular thing to do. But right after the convention, when all this recrimination is being heaped on our head, Giat went down to Mississippi, recruited Mrs. Hamer, Mrs. Gray, Mrs. Devine to run in the 2nd district, the 3rd district, and I believe the 5th, and printed up all these posters. And he declared, he said, we weren't seated in Atlantic City, but we have undying loyalty to the Democratic Party. We have undying loyalty to the ticket. And we are going to campaign in support of the ticket, which gave me a lot of fun. Because what's going to happen now is that the whole Democratic Party, the whole Dixiecrat Party in Mississippi is going to support Goldwater and going to, support the conservatives. And maybe the labor union down there, the AFL-CIO, and a few liberals are supporting the Democrats. But the only people who are supporting the Democrats forthrightly is the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party.
Most of whom can't vote.
Most of whom can't vote, that's the other thing. And second of all, to outrightly support the Democratic national ticket is a kiss of death in Mississippi. So I'll never forget, we had these posters printed up. Lyndon Johnson at the top of the ticket. Hubert Humphrey underneath him. And then beneath it was in the 2nd district, Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer. MFDP candidates is what we call them. I remember writing a letter to the Democratic National Committee in a campaign saying, we understand that the president and the vice president are very busy campaigning all over the country. But we are the only group, element of the Democratic Party supporting the national ticket in the state. There is our campaign materials, sending these posters. And even if the president himself can't come, we would be very encouraged in our effort to support the national ticket if Mrs. Johnson would come and would sponsor her in a talk, right? For some reason, we didn't get no answer.
Y'all rough.
Sad, sad, sad. But anyway, so we ran these freedom election campaigns, took a freedom vote. It's not part of the official vote. On the MFDP ticket led by Lyndon Johnson, Hubert Humphrey. And our vote, Lyndon Johnson and Hubert Humphrey carried the state comfortably, as did Mrs. Hamer, Miss Graham, Mrs. Devine, their seats. And it's on the basis of this that we're going to go challenge the election. Now, Joe Rao, who was the UAW's chief attorney, and also was president of Americans for Democratic Action, and also was co-chairman of, what's that coalition called? Remember I told you the story of how when said Joe Rao said we can be seated and he might write the brief, the whole meeting turned. So he felt, not without reason, but quite wrongly, that the only reason we had even got in the door at Atlantic City was because of his agency and patronage. Actually, we got in the door because of Goodman, Cherney, and Traynor, because we took all those things to the state conventions. And all these northern states that had young volunteers in Mississippi in the Summer Project, we contacted them and they rushed to the state conventions to talk about what their experiences were. So the murder of Shirley Goodman Chapman had given us a great deal of currency and people understood it. So even without Joe Rao's considerable influence and his having written the brief, we would have still had some momentum and currency to get into the convention. We would have had support in the delegations, right? Michigan, California, New York, places like that. And I won't recapitulate here the whole story of the various votes on the Credentials Committee and how people's votes were turned around. You know that. But they felt that we were ungrateful, apolitical, didn't understand patronage and responsibility, and were irresponsible. Joe Rao felt that very strongly. I remember when I got back to Washington, I was in the office then. Oh, no, I was in the FDP office, right. I got this bill for maybe $1,000, which was a lot of money for the printing of the briefs. So I called up Joe, who's a powerful, well-collected liberal, and said, Mr. Rao, I have here a bill for your brief which was presented in Atlantic City. And the MFDP never ordered any printing. I didn't order any printing. You must have ordered it. So can I send you the bill? He said, no, you're independent. It's your brief. You pay for it. And he hung up the phone. I said, God damn, poor we are. So that was my first conversation with Joe Rao. My first conversation with Joe Rao should have taught me what Beltway politics was all about. When I was in the SNCC office, Bill Gregory, no, it wasn't Gregory, it was the other guy, Dr. Other black comedian who was also an I Spy, was an FBI agent, his career started. Bill Cosby? Bill Cosby.
Bill Cosby was in
right. Bill Cosby had agreed to do a benefit for us. Some lady knew him, very attractive lady, so she might say know him in the biblical sense of the word. We said, there's this great young black comic, and he's got a TV series on ABC coming up, and he's very funny, And I think I can get him to do a benefit for you. So we had Cosby doing the benefit. And we got Crampton Auditorium at Howard. And SNCC was very broke. And we'd sold out all the tickets. So there's about $5,000 coming in from it. And we needed it very badly. And some guy calls me up from some branch of the District of Columbia government, maybe the agency that deals with charitable contributions, and says that we're not registered as a charitable organization. We have no business having the concert, and if we go ahead and have the concert, I'll be in violation of the law, and he's going to come and imprison me. I said, God damn it, SNCC needs this money. The concert is going to be in 3 days. We have Crampton Auditorium. And this man is saying, if we have the concert, I'm going to jail. What the hell am I going to do? And then somebody says, call up Joe Rao. I said, who the hell is Joe Rao? This was earlier, when I was at SNCC, not MFDP. I said, oh, he's the most powerful liberal in the district. He'll be able to help you. I don't know if that person who told me that was a plant. But he gave me the number. So I called it up and said, Mr. Rao, my name is Mike Thelwell. I'm the coordinator of the SNCC Washington office. Oh, hello, Mike. What can I do for you? I said, well, sir, the organization is strapped, it's broke. We have a concert coming up, a benefit by Bill Cosby. We've sold out all the tickets. And I got a phone call from somebody in the District of Columbia's government saying that if we have the concert, I'm going to jail. I'll be in violation of the law. And I should have paid close attention to what Joe Rao said to me. He said, well, Mike, I never saw a situation yet that couldn't be fixed. Let me get on it. And that's the last I heard of my going to jail. We had the concert, SNCC got the money, and that's the last I heard of it. Now, what I suspect was that it was all a fraud. That whoever called me up pretending to be, or purporting to be from the district government, was Joe Rao's man. Whoever told me and gave me his number to call him was Joe Rao's man. And what he wanted was patronage. He wanted me to be grateful to him. Well, Mike, I never saw a situation that couldn't be fixed. I'll take care of it. And it disappeared, right? Mm-hmm. But that's his attitude. Mm-hmm. There's no situation that can be fixed. I didn't understand that at the time. It's much later it occurs to me that this is what had happened. All right. So now I goes back to Washington. And if people not actually spitting on me, but they're really not talking to me. And I have to go to the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights. Now, what to represent MFDP, and I guess Monsonis, or whoever it is going to represent SNCC, or for some reason I was representing both organizations at the LCDC, Leadership Conference at LCDCR. Now, what that is an organization of the national representatives, read lobbyists. The chairman is always Clarence Mitchell, and the general executive secretary is always Joe Rao. The red-haired lady who represents the UAW, she's always there. She's a UAW lobbyist. She's the one who brought John Connors around to introduce him when he got elected that year. National Council of Religion and Race, of the National Council of Churches, their lobbyist is there. The Methodist Organization of Religion and Race, their lobbyist is there. And a host of other organizations, might be 90 of them. All didn't come to the meeting, but about 30 or 40 came to the meeting every week. And so did I, because I got to go to represent the interests of SNCC and the MFDP. About the only person who would say hello, greet me, and smile was the Episcopal Bishop of Washington, D.C. Tall guy, very dignified, waspy guy, who looked like central casting version of what a bishop should look like. Who was that? Bishop Moore. Bishop Moore. He was always very decent to me. And after a while, Bob Spike, who had felt kind of betrayed because of his investment in the summer project, he started to He asked for a meeting, Bob did. And people in the office saying, you know, that's that establishment group of people, we shouldn't go talk to them. I said, nobody really invited us to a meeting, we got to go. And me and Jan Goodman went to the meeting representing the MFDP. And we walked in with our game face on, looking, you know, for more abuse. And Bob Spike said, glad you came, thank you very much for coming. I've been doing a considerable lot of thinking about Atlantic City, and I believe I might be wrong. I believe I might have had some impressions which aren't quite accurate. And we talked about them, and then he became an ally again. We, you know, that is the first breakthrough we made. Actually, in terms of sequence, no, it's the vote first. Now, we have announced that we're going to run this challenge, and that our challengers, the people, the contestants for this seat, and the same as Graham and Ms. Devine. What the NACP, the UAW, all the leadership conference, well, all the activists, the Democratic activists, the Labour guys, UAW, and NACP, most of all, and Joe Rowe, who felt ill-used. And I think, by the way, he was trying to be a very honest broker in Atlantic City. He has gotten a bad rap from our side. But they were vindictive. And what they're saying to the leadership conference, and when they make the rounds on Congress because they're lobbyists, and what the Democratic leadership wanted to hear is that A, the so-called congressional challenge is totally fraudulent. Our contestants were not contestants in any legitimate election, to which we agreed, but they couldn't be because they were up by racism, that the vote has no meaning, that the Mississippi delegation is solid and legitimate, and our vote should be dismissed. Those are very hard arguments to counter. And we kept saying, and they said, there is no way the Congress, the key point, is going to seat these three people on the basis of no freedom election. To which we have to argue, that's absolutely correct. And we're not claiming this, we're not asking for the seating of our candidates. Then what you're asking for? We're asking for you to vacate the seats, not seat the white Mississippians, because there's a mountain of evidence that black people, 40% of the state, have been disfranchised. So on the day Congress opens, we want you not to seat them. We want you to open the challenge. We don't think that the Congress is finally going to conclude that Ms. Gray, Ms. Devine, Ms. Hamer must be seated, but they would conclude in all rationality, all fairness, that the elections are fraudulent because of the disfranchisement of half the population, and that they will call for new elections in Mississippi on the federal auspices. That was our strategy. But it's a very complicated thing to sell on the floor of the House of Representatives and stuff like that, especially if you don't get a chance to sell it. Now, if you think about the process I described to you, the only way we're going to get a chance to sell it is if the Speaker recognizes a congressman who will get up and challenge the seating of the Mississippians. And the conventional wisdom in the leadership conference and civil rights is that we wouldn't find a single congressman to do it. Because nobody is going to even deal with us because we're not for real. This bullshit, student fantasies. So we're going to find a congressman. So it took us a long time to find a congressman. You remember who that was?
William Fitzryan.
Congressman William Fitzryan of New York. He represented the Blue Stocking district out there. It was a very liberal district. He was a convinced Catholic man himself, and he was a maverick. He never voted along with the House leadership. I remember the guy, Alan, I'll tell you about who Feather introduced us to. And the reason I tell you about Alan, he told incredible stories about Feather in Neshoba County. It was me and Alan going to go talk to Congressman Ryan. I forget who came to us and said, you know, there's a congressman willing to stand up and challenge it. And we're going, and when the elevator stopped working, we have to climb stairs. And we're climbing and climbing towards the top of the House office building. And Schiffman looked at me and said, God damn, they have him up here with the pigeons. You know, he obviously don't have no status. Because, I mean, he couldn't even call it an office. This little crib he had in the ceiling of the office building. I mean, he had absolutely no credit or credibility with the House leadership. Just from the geography of his office, I went and talked to him. And he said he would be happy to introduce this bill. He would be happy to challenge. And then we're leaving. Alan said to me, you don't say anything about him? I said, yeah, he's a very short guy. He said, you know, the House leader, the Speaker of the House was from South Boston. Congressman, what's this?
Tip O'Neill.
No, before Tip O'Neill. And I had that name at the tip of my tongue too. What we learned that was Congressman Rand was a man of small stature, sir. And for that whole challenge to work, it was essential that the congressman rise into challenge the seat and be recognized. And we knew very well that the Speaker of the House, Honorable John McCormick of South Boston, an Irish ward politician of the old school, was perfectly capable of not seeing Wilt Chamberlain if he rose from the floor, and he didn't want to see him. So we knew he couldn't see Congressman William Fitzryan, right? But you know, that old rascal, John McCormick, was very funny. James Roosevelt, son of FDR, was a congressman. And he told us a story one time, we were discussing the problems we were having with John McCormick. He said, old John is a fine old fellow. Turns out the congressman had a speaking engagement in New York, didn't tell anybody, left Washington, went to New York. A vote was coming up, and John McCormick needed his vote. He said he was about to take the stage, somebody handed him a phone, and he heard this Irish brogue coming at him over the phone. Oh, Jimmy, 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 me boy, what would your poor sainted mother say if she was to know you had abandoned John McCormick in his hour of need? Oh, Jimmy, Jimmy, my boy, curse the day. What would your poor sainted mother say? Congressman Roosevelt said he caught the next shuttle back to Washington and cast his vote. Didn't abandon. Okay, so we knew we had to do something. And we had to get some congressmen to support William Fitzryan. All the time, Mitchell and Rowe were telling everybody, we don't have a single congressman. I remember the day in the leadership conference when they were saying, and I was trying to talk up the challenge. He said, do you even have a congressman to challenge? I said, yes, we do. And their jaws dropped. And they said, who? I said, William Fitzryan. They said, ho, 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 ho. And they laughed, right? So what we decided to do, we didn't know how to even get the challenge recognized, right? And the administration was saying, and the Mississippi delegation was saying it was a totally farcical challenge without merit, it wouldn't be recognized, it wouldn't go anywhere. And the public in Mississippi was believing that. But remember now that Lyndon Johnson had very broad coattails, and he had brought in 46 freshman congressmen when the landslide against Goldwater and his A-bomb monger himself, or at least that very cynical advertisement of the mushroom cloud, right? So there was 47 or so freshman congressmen who were indebted to Lyndon Johnson. But the thing is, they had to be oriented because they don't know how Washington works. So we got a program for the orientation of these freshman Democrats, and we saw that they were having an orientation meeting at 4 o'clock one evening in some hotel downtown. I forget which hotel it was. So we scraped together the money and rented a little room next door for 6 o'clock that evening. And myself and Jan and some other volunteers stood outside the door as these freshmen were going in and handed them this very well-developed little invitation. You're invited by the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party to attend an orientation meeting next door at 6 o'clock. Of the 47 of them, about 15 came. I remember who they were. One was John Conyers, Democrat of Michigan. One was Patsy Mink, Democrat of Hawaii. And the other one, whose name I don't remember, was the best of them all. A tall, saturnine, pale fellow in a black suit, who, as it turned out, was in fact a local undertaker from upstate New York. So these guys came in, I would thank them for coming, and said, we'd like you to hear why we invited you here. And we told them our version of the challenge. They knew about Schwerner, Goodman, and Cheney. And we were asking them to simply to rise with Congressman Ryan when Congress convened. And there was this long silence. Then the tall, saturnine, very pale, waspy guy from upstate New York said, shucks. He said, the seat I'm in has been occupied by a Republican for the last 80 years. I'm the first Democrat who ever got elected to that seat in 80 years, or maybe it was 50 years. And I figure I got 2 years to be in Washington before I be unelected again, so I might as well do something good while I'm here. You got me. I said, thank you, Captain. And then Patsy Mink says, I don't see how I could do otherwise. I said, thank you, Congresswoman Minks. John Conyers came to me and said, I just came back. And he was brought to that meeting by that same red-haired lady who was a lobbyist for the UAW, who was introducing him around the place. He said, listen, and he was really distressed. He said, I just came, a very handsome young guy he was too. I just came back from a meeting with the speaker, and he assures me he's going to put me on the Judicial Committee. And the Judicial Committee never had a black person on it. It's the most important committee in Congress. He said, so I don't know if I can really support you. And I said, but let me tell you something. That's between you and your conscience. But tell you the truth, to have a black person on the Judicial Committee is very important. So if you can't support us, I'll understand. And he was very grateful to hear me say that. 20 years later, when I went back to Washington, 30 years later, when I went back to Washington working on the apartheid issue, I went to his office because he was then head of the Black Caucus. And I said, Mr. Conyers, I'm Mike. He said, I know who you are. You're Mike Thelwell. And he remembered when he first came to Washington 30 years earlier, And so we got Minks, we got the tall undertaker, and we got 3 or 4 more. So I went back to the leadership conference, and the stats there. I said, well, we have 5 congressmen. They agreed that they will rise with Congressman Ryan. So Mitchell and Rose eyebrows go, but who are they? I said, I just don't have a list with me today. I really don't have that information. I wasn't going to make the same mistake we made in Atlantic City. Mm-hmm. And then some supporters sent us a letter, and I cannot remember who the congressman was, because in all our lobbying, we only went to liberals. And as far as we were concerned, the only liberals we knew were Democrats. So we assumed we had the votes of the 5 black Democrats. Congressman Nix, Congressman Dawson, Congressman Adam Clayton Powell of New York, and the guy from South Central Los Angeles, and one other. We figured we had those 5 black votes they would stand. And even some of them was very uncertain if they wanted to do it because the leadership was saying no. But somebody sent us a letter from a Republican congressman from Missouri. We could find out who it was. And he wrote them back saying the shit that the leadership conference leadership was saying. There is no issue here. There is no contestants there's no real claimant to the seat. They were not in any legitimate election. There's no way the House could seat them, so please forget it. And our supporter, his constituent who got this letter, sent it to us, very distressed. I said to them, look, will you write him a letter? So I wrote him a long letter explaining that we didn't expect him and Gray and Devine to be seated, but that the historic injustice to the black voter in the state of Mississippi. And I'd forgotten the role of the Republican Party after Reconstruction. That wasn't part of my, but I was just telling them, I'd asked Bill Hicks, who's from your state, who was a lobbyist working there, a lawyer, run out to Mississippi, I guess because he was gay, and he was working in Congress, and he used to work with us. And he said, this Congressman Curtis of Missouri. Boy, it's in my head here. He's a very, very important Republican. He's a very powerful Republican. So I wrote him this long letter explaining that we had a legitimate challenge, that we really wanted to challenge the seating of these Congress people, and that we didn't expect to be seated, but we hoped that the seats would be declared vacant and a new election under federal auspices, a fair election, would take place. And I got back a cordial but non-committal letter from Curtis saying, we thank you for the explanation. It clarifies a great deal. We will take it under consideration, something like that, right? On the day, then we had another meeting. We had a meeting, an earlier meeting, to for supporters around the country to generate support in Congress for the vote. And there are two guys in the meeting who I took to be FBI agents, except I thought the FBI would do better than that. They were wearing work boots, and they were wearing really ill-fitting suits. And in such a meeting, you know, it's all kinds of progressives, so they look kind of counterculture, or they're intellectuals, college professors, they look tweedy. These were some working class looking guys who looked very uncomfortable. And the discussion, you know, went on with all the flowing rhetoric and the hypotheses and all the academic kind of bullshit. And these guys were looking more and more uncomfortable, and they came up to me and said, we're from the Union of Electricians. And what was the name of that guy who everybody claimed was a communist? That was a leader. I forget his name. So-and-so sent us. He said, you done a good job, kid, in your discussion. And then I said, what's happening? I said, well, the leadership won't give us any space, they won't give us any question. That's right, those Sphinx, that's the way they operate. Anyway, Maslow's name was Will Maslow or something like that.
Arthur? No.
I forget. Anyway, he says, anyway, Will said to give you this. And he handed me a check for $100,000 in an envelope. And he said, now tell me something. Congressman so-and-so of Philadelphia, of Pennsylvania, what's he doing? I said, I've been calling his office every day. He won't talk to me. He said, don't worry about it, kid. You got him. We got to go. And they left. So no rhetoric, no theorizing, no nothing. Gave me the $1,000, marched out of there. When I got to my office that Monday, because the meeting was over a weekend, I got to the office. Joanne Gavin says to me, Mike, my Congressman Green, or whatever the hell his name was, from Pennsylvania, has been calling. He's called 4 times this morning already. He really wants to talk to you. I said, damn, I mean, you guys, I said, one class conscious worker is worth 1,000 students. So they delivered that vote. All right, so it come time now for the vote to take place in Congress. And we, as far as we know, we have about 8 or 9 people supposed to rise with Congressman Ryan. So we figure even if John McCormick is having a very nearsighted day, he can't fail to see 9 people rising up, right? And I don't know that Curtis has done anything. But then there was another inspiration we had. Giat and the FDP had sent a lot of people to Washington to lobby Congress. Now, these are, you know, ordinary, simple, poor black folk. I mean, they don't know not much about lobbying Congress, but their presence is a statement. And the House office buildings are connected to the halls of Congress by long tunnels, underground tunnels, that have a platform on the side of them. And somebody, I wish I could take credit, because we didn't know what to do with the people, because we couldn't get them all. There's a couple, maybe a couple of hundred of them. People really collected money to come to lobby, you know, they were really into it. I mean, there was one group that was raising funds, I forget which town it was, and they raised funds to get the bus to bring their people. And then they sat again and they reflected and said, well, you know, if the people got to ride a bus to come up there, they really can't speak to the Congress as powerfully and as intelligently as they want them to. So they should really go on a plane. So they went out to go raise more funds to send their representatives on a plane so they could speak properly. So all these people were there who had nothing to do with them. And then we said, why don't we line them up on the platforms in the tunnel leading from the House office building to the floor of the Congress? And that's what they did. And I was in there with them that morning. And there was this line of black folks from Mississippi, all in the Sunday dress, which was already pretty threadbare. And we told them not to say anything. They could wave or they could nod, but please don't say nothing. Just stand there. We want these people to see you because we don't want you to be an abstract statistic. We want you to be real people that know who they're voting against. And I stood there and I saw these congressmen coming down there with their little teams, their aides and stuff. And when they'd turn the corner and look up and there's this line of silent black people lining the tunnel, they'd stop back and start back. And some of them would kind of smile and kind of wave, and the people were just standing there looking at them. And they got very self-conscious. So I believe that might have affected the vote. It had to have affected some of them, because it was a very powerful moment. And then I ran up to the gallery. And the reason why the people were standing in the tunnel is because we couldn't get seats in the gallery for them. We had to do we wanted them to feel that they were participating in some way. And I ran up to the gallery, and first of all, you have to have, McCormick's got to recognize Ryan and ask the Mississippians to step aside. Then he swears in the House, and then they take a vote whether the Mississippians should stay aside or not. All right. And that vote is very important because it's a voice vote. McCormick's ears is good enough so he'll hear what he want to hear. The eyes have it, and that's over. So you need to have a roll call vote. But for a roll call vote, you need something like 60 voters. 60 congressmen got to claim a roll call vote, right? So we didn't think we'd get a roll call vote. We thought a victory was getting them to stand aside. And time came, and McCormick said, will the House rise to be sworn? And little Congressman Rand jumped to his feet. And when I looked behind him, a wall of congressmen was standing up. Like 60 guys stood up. I said, oh my God, I almost fainted. I mean, just people, I saw Patsy Rink rising up. I even saw John Conyers rising up. Everybody, 60 people stood up. There is no way John McCormick couldn't have seen them, right? Says the Congressman Rand is proud to stay in Congress. And why does the congressman rise? I rise to challenge the seating for the congressman from the 2nd District, the 3rd District, and the 5th District of Mississippi. And the Mississippians had to stand aside. That was the first shock they got. The first shock was when they saw how many of their colleagues rose up. And then McCormick went to do a voice vote. And Ryan China says, I call for a roll call vote. And who supports Ryan's call? And this wave of guys stood up again, so they had to have a roll call vote. And once they had a roll call vote, given the climate in the country, 147 of the Congress, of the House of Representatives voted to unseat the Mississippians, to vacate the seats, at least for the time being. And 290, is that the right figure, or 100, I think it's 290 or something like that, 204, voted against us. But if 75 votes had changed, if the 75 of them had come over to us, that would have been a total of 150, wouldn't it? Because we would get them and they would lose them. So we would have won, right? We would have won handily. 75 votes was already to the taking. And that was amazing enough. And we can get that record. We can go and look at the congressional record for January 1965, how that vote went. Now remember, we are starting from where Mitchell and them saying that we're not going to get a single congressman to rise to challenge, and we're not going to get a single vote. We got 147 votes. Without the assistance of the NAACP, the UAW, or the rest of the liberal hierarchy. So we did that on our own. If they had been supporting us, we might have kicked them out. I'm so exaggerated. This is a result beyond anything we had expected. I'm walking out to the gallery, and I see Joe Rowe and Clarence Mitchell just coming. Now, I don't know why they weren't in the gallery to watch the opening of Congress. Maybe they thought it was just a formality, not that important. But no, they're rustling coming and they got pencil and paper in their hands. They're coming out to the door. They said, Mike, what was the vote? I said, 147 to 196, and they write it down. And the editorial dropped out to 100, right? Joe Rowe looks up a little bit quicker with the math than Clarence Smith and says, shit, this doesn't add up. Let's go ask somebody intelligent. And they storm off. I was really quite happy to take that insult because I could see how agitated they were because we had done this all on our own without their support or patronage or whatever else, you know. And I'm forgetting the name of the ex-governor of Mississippi.
Barnett?
Huh? Coleman.
Coleman, yep.
Somebody Coleman.
J.C.
Coleman, right. He looked like another product of Central Casting with his long white hair, and he's supposed to be a gentlemanly segregationist. And he was defending the Congress people. Now, he had completely ignored Kunstler and Kenoy. And pretended they didn't exist because they had no political power. After that vote, he sought them out and accepted from them a subpoena to come and to testify, to come and be subpoenaed, to come and be, deposed, to give a deposition. And the media in the state of Mississippi talked about a day of infamy and a day of disgrace, how 147 of their colleagues had turned their back on the state of Mississippi and voted against the sovereign state of Mississippi, and it's a day of disgrace that will live forever. But the governor sent out instructions to every voting registrar, to every elected official, every local official, to accept those subpoenas to testify. In other words, that gave, even though they voted to seat them, that vote to have them stand down gave momentum to the challenge. And then the Lawyers Guild and a few other lawyers' organizations came forward and volunteered. So 100 of lawyers flocked to the state to start deposing these local officials. And, you know, these white registrars, these white sheriffs, these white local officials who treated black people like it didn't mean anything. They had no importance. They suddenly had to come and testify. And they started to send them invitation that they should come to the State House, they should come to the courthouse, they should come and testify. And we told them, no, don't do that. Let them come to black churches. Let them come into our community. So these white folks had to come cross the tracks into black churches, into the black community to be deposed. And MFDP members packed those meetings. And people, you know, local people would ask them questions. And it's so that so-and-so, so-and-so, and the lawyers from the South came in. And it was a great psychological victory for the people of Mississippi. So that's the story of the vote. Hit it. When Congress reconvened after that vote, then the whole question of the legislative agenda comes into play. And we're trying to get the Civil Rights Act had been passed, but for obvious reasons, there was no voting provision in there because the whole Lily White South was predicated on that. They didn't think they could get it passed. So that's what we wanted. And we kept saying that, and I kept saying that, we kept saying that in the leadership conference. Dr. King kept saying it, Reverend Fauntleroy, Voting Rights Act, CORE kept saying it. So finally, the administration sent Senator Proxmire, I think it was, from Wisconsin, a little sandy-haired fellow. And he came in to say that the administration has been discussing voting rights, and they had the language and the general outlines of a Voting Rights Act which they wanted to share with us. This I now understand to have been a trial balloon. You send it up to see if it would fly. I got to pull out an envelope on which was scrawled information. That's how formal it was. On the back of this envelope, he read to us that the President and the Congress were prepared to pass a voting rights bill in which in every county or political entity in which less than 10% of black people were registered to vote, less than 10%, the President could send voting registrars to register all citizens. And that was the best legislation that they could come up with at the time. And this was the extent that the administration was willing to go, and that was the extent of the legislation that the political climate in the country in the Congress would support. And now, you know, when these people come to the leadership conference, there's a whole set of protocols and rhetoric that they go through. One of them, by obligation, is to call Clarence Mitchell the 101st senator. That 101st senator, you know, they call the bartender that, they call everybody that. That's supposed to be the greatest compliment the Senate can pay you. So Proxmire comes and says, I'm so glad to be here at the leadership conference with my old friend, my great old friend Clarence Mitchell, the 101st senator, and all this grinning going on. And they end up, and Dr. King was in town that day. Dr. King was in town, but he was to come to a different meeting. Fauntleroy had brought him in, he had left. And I don't recall that King was in there when Proxmire gave this language, this project for the Voting Rights Act. And Clarence Mitchell walked Dr. King out and came back and said, oh, Dr. King says that that proposal is perfectly acceptable, and that it seems acceptable to me. And I raised my hand and said, hold on a minute, is this really acceptable? He said, all right, that ends all discussion. Meeting is adjourned. And then he turns to me and says, I said, but, you know, I represent people here, and there's something I want to say. And as he walked out the door, he said over his shoulder, send a memorandum. Big mistake. So I went out and I wrote this memorandum. And I said, look, Proxmire of Wisconsin came and told us that the Voting Rights Act being contemplated said that wherever more than 10%, less than 10% of black people were registered to vote, the president could send voting rights registrar. I said, there's two things wrong with that. If it has to be less than 10%, that means you have to have 90%, 91% discrimination. Does that mean in the face of the federal government, 90% discrimination, disfranchisement is all right? I said, it's only in those states, those principalities where by great sacrifice of life, of job, of personal safety, we managed to get, or people managed to get more than 10% of themselves, 10% or more registered, then that means that they're not going to get any support from the federal government. Then the fact is the legislation as presented has no teeth. The president could send registrars. That means he doesn't have to. It's not automatic. That means that what he's given them is a stick to beat. Recalcitrant Southern congressman over their head would say, if you mess with me, I'm going to send voting registrars to your district. That is not acceptable. It's not acceptable to me, to us, it's not acceptable to our constituents that we represent. If this is in fact honest, and this is the best political solution that the climate of opinion in the Congress can come up with, it is for the activist elements of the civil rights movement to go into the streets of this nation and create a climate of opinion where we can get decent voting rights legislation. And that's how it ended. But when I called around, of course, Jim Foreman would sign it for SNCC. Of course, whoever the guy that replaced Jim Farmer would sign it for CORE. McKissick. And Andy Young called me up. In fact, he called me up when I was up here at the University of Massachusetts explaining why I couldn't come. He called me up to say that Martin Luther King would sign it. So that meant SNCC, CORE, Martin Luther King. And Lawrence Geert would sign for the MFDP. The one mistake I made was I sent it out on MFDP letterhead. And I hadn't thought about it, because that's the letterhead I use, but all those signatures were there. And it was a memorandum addressed to the leadership conference, because Clarence Mitchell said, send a memorandum. The only feedback I got from the signatories was Jim, whatever his name was, from CORE, the executive.
McKissick?
No, not McKissick.
McCain?
No. I forget his name. He called up and said,
CORE Farmer?
not Farmer. This is the guy who really handled matters, a white boy.
It wasn't McCain. Jim McCain?
No. But he called up and said, you betrayed us. I said, why? He said, well, I thought this memorandum would go out on a blank letter, and no letterhead at all, coming from all people equally. It was sent out on the MFDP letterhead as well. I said, oh my God, I really didn't think about it. I'm terribly, I see what you're saying now. I hadn't thought about it. It's just a letterhead we always used. But nobody else had any objection, except at the leadership conference. We were meeting every week because the legislative agenda is coming into place. It didn't meet. And there was the next week when it didn't meet again. So it's 2 weeks of leadership conference didn't meet. Then somebody told me that Clarence Mitchell had a heart attack, a mild heart attack. Said that I'd call him a traitor and that I was selling out. I never called him nothing. That he was selling out black people and that he was in Puerto Rico recuperating. But they didn't meet. So obviously that memorandum, with Dr. King's signature particularly on it, and going out to all these church groups who are members here. And because the logic was, that's the memorandum I want you to get for me. The logic was irreproachable. I mean, we're less than 10%. 91% disfranchisement is acceptable. So they completely were shown as just being toadies of the administration. So it never meet. But make it worse. Now remember what the last paragraph said. What the last paragraph said?
The president can.
No.
Oh, no.
My memorandum.
Oh, your memorandum. Oh, that you get people in the streets to demonstrate.
Let us create. If this is in fact the truth, that this is the political climate in Washington can tolerate, let us create a political climate in the country that will give us real voting rights. And you can find out the date of that memorandum. Because in the 2 or 3 weeks that they didn't meet, Selma happened. And it looked, and it's sheer coincidence.
It's just kind of like you come into the country and the sit-in.
Sheer coincidence. I mean, we couldn't have planned it. We couldn't have planned Jim Clark and his fucking posse beating up people on the Elmer Pettus Bridge, you know? But the two things happened one after the other. And during the time when the leadership conference didn't meet, they were obviously in great disarray. And the leadership of Joe Rowe and Clarence Mitchell were completely scattered because Walter Reuther sent out a telegram to all members of the leadership conference. I remember Bob Spike called me up and said, Jesus Christ, did you ever think so vulgar? In the first paragraph, it mentions $1 million. In the first paragraph, Walter Reuther said that UAW were willing to set up a fund of $1 million to endow the survivors of martyrs of the civil rights movement. And in the second paragraph said he was calling a meeting. And it's all members of the leadership conference to a meeting to discuss policies and movement forward. He obviously was looking to move into a vacuum to take over because obviously Joe Rowe and Mitchell were discredited, the NAACP leadership. That's when, at that meeting, I remember Cortland Cox came and Clarence Mitchell was saying, well, the real president of the leadership conference is Roy Wilkins. I am just serving in his place as a Washington representative. And Cortland looking at him and saying, so Roy Wilkins is the chairman of the leadership conference. Where is that engraved in stone? I said, well, it's not written anywhere. So it's folklore, Cortland. I mean, Clarence Mitchell almost fainted.
Another heart attack.
And so, look like we're challenging their leadership, right? But anyway, Walter Reuther calls this meeting. And guess who he brings to speak for him? Bayard, of course, because Bayard always argued for I mean, we respected Lou Bayard well, and we respected him. So Bayard came and said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to endow this $1 million thing to take care of the martyrs, or the families of the martyrs of the civil rights movement, and we're going to set up an organization to conduct the business of civil rights. So, and I just wrote down and raised a question and said, okay, with this endowment for the martyrs, will the widow of Malcolm X and his daughters be recipients? Will they be beneficiaries? A long silence. Bayard's jaw dropped. He obviously hadn't thought of it. Walter Reuther sitting next to him looked very strange. And the second question is, who would be present when the statement, because the whole national media and international media were gathered outside, right? What kind of statement is going to be made to the assembled press, and what will we tell them? And they couldn't answer that question, so the meeting broke up in confusion. Went back to the office, and the phone rings, and it's Walter Reuther. And he wanted to know whether I would have dinner with him. I said, well, you know, Mr. Reuther, on two conditions. Number one, it has to be in the Keys restaurant, a black restaurant, long silence. And on the other hand, the rest of my staff would have to come. My office staff, there's 4 of us. Is that okay? I said, all right. And when I hung up the phone, Jan, who was much more politically sophisticated, I said, you idiot. He was fixing to offer you a job. Why do you think he wanted to have dinner with you? I said, well, I didn't want the job with him anyway. So the whole staff went out and had dinner. A very stiff, pointless dinner, as a matter of fact. It wasn't very much fun with Walter Reuther and the red-haired lady at the Keys restaurant. And the Voting Rights Act, after Selma, was rewritten to have a very real positive effect on the political history of the country and the South. And I consider that memorandum, which I'd love to see, had a great deal to contribute to that, because they were ready to say that that was acceptable, you know, more than 10% disfranchisement and stuff like that. So I consider it a slight contribution to history. All right, now, remember I told you how with the book, the Carmichael book, it was way, way too long, and how the editor, who was a very good editor, was taking out everything which didn't seem to drive the central narrative. Well, one of the parts in there was a little section dedicated to Jesse Harris. And it told the story of a young Mississippi black man when the Freedom Riders had finally come free from Alabama and was headed towards Mississippi. He learned that they were coming, and he went to the bus station to meet them. There had been planned another reception of black people there. And that was when the crackers who ran the state went into Parchment Farm, got some of the, as they were described, hardest black criminals, the guys who were there for manslaughter or murder, and said to them, we know you always want to kick some white ass, well, you got a chance now. We're going to take you to the bus station. When these Freedom Riders come, we want you to fill them up completely. And you'll get liquor, you'll get women, and you'll get easier time when you come back. And it was about 10 or 12 black criminals that they had that way. And they thought about it for a minute, shuffled their feet and said, Captain, I don't believe I will. And none of them would agree to come to the bus station to meet up the Freedom Riders, which is one I think the single most heroic, because when you're a black prisoner in Parchment in those days, your life has no guarantees, you know? None of them would do it. But there was one black Mississippian who met the Freedom Riders, a young 17-year-old kid named Jesse Harris. And he walked into the white waiting room with the Freedom Riders, with the black Freedom Riders, as the white ones walked into the black waiting room. And he got arrested. But he wasn't a Freedom Rider. His name wasn't on any list. Nobody knew him. He was a local kid. So they sent him to the country jail, and they sent the Freedom Riders someplace else. The Freedom Riders had some modest protection because after all the violence in Alabama and stuff, the deal Robert Kennedy cut was that they wouldn't be brutalized and they would be treated in a certain way. And the Justice Department was paying attention. But nobody was paying attention to Jesse Harris, the local kid who was sent off by himself to the country farm. And one day, one of the walking bosses told him to do something. And Jesse said, yes. And the walking boss said, yes, what? You mean yes, sir, don't you? And Jesse said, I only say sir to my daddy or to people I respect. So the walking boss said, okay, boy, lie down over there. And he sent for Brown Bessie, which was a big strap. And he tore up poor Jesse's ass, tore it up, beat him up, thoroughly, gave him a thorough whipping. And Jesse stood up. After that, his legs were trembling. He was weak from shock. And the cracker said to him, I guess you know how to say so now, don't you, boy? And Jesse just looked at him and turned around and lay back down on the log, as if to say, I ain't saying, sir, you can beat me some more. And the guy didn't have the conscience to continue beating Jesse. Jesse, of course, joined SNCC. He became project director in Macomb. He ran the security for Martin Luther King when he came to Mississippi. He was a legitimate hero to us people in SNCC. And after the movement imploded, he became a Muslim minister. Then that broke up, and he got involved with drugs. I think he became an addict. He served some time in jail, and then he disappeared. Charlie Cobb went down looking for him and couldn't find him anywhere. He had disappeared. And Charlie reminded me that Jesse had told him, that as a youth, he used to caddy at the country club in Jackson. And he used to hustle those crackers for money. And I said, is that possible? Charlie said, that's what I asked him. I said, Jesse, you really used to hustle those crackers for money? And Jesse said, yes, Charlie, it could be done, but you had to play a very careful game. So I included that in the book as a tribute to the disappeared Jesse, whom we all thought was dead. And that's one of the things I wanted to cut because it didn't drive the narrative. And I said, no, it's an epitaph for Jesse. He might have disappeared, but he has to leave some record in the world. And so she kept it.
Tell me about some side hustles you have.
And the book came out, and I went to Jackson for a launch and a book reading. And when I got there, the room was buzzing. People said, guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who came back? Jesse Harris came back. I said, oh my God. And then when I went to talk to Jesse right quick, he said, what he had been. He said he'd even been to Jamaica working in a construction crew. But all he went was to the work site and to the bars. And he said, I sit in the bars and people be talking about the civil rights movement. I never open my mouth. Because who's going to believe a old Negro like me? I said, Jesse, read this. And I showed him the passage in the book that told his story. And I just watched him as he read it very slowly, very carefully, and a little smile crossed his face. And when he was finished, I said, Jesse, what do you think? He said, damn it, Mike, I sure was bad, wasn't I? I said, yes, you were, Jesse. And the next time you go to a bar and want to talk about knowing Martin Luther King and being involved in the movement, you take this book with you. And if anybody challenges your veracity, you just show them that passage.
How did you end up here at the University of Massachusetts?
Sheer accident and by the good officers of the FBI. One day, I am a foreign student, always have been. And I was here on a foreign student's visa when I was sitting in my office at the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party in Washington, D.C., and in walks these two suits, looking discomfited to be there. And they turned out to be men from the FBI. And they said to me, Mr. Thelwell, you are the director of this office? I said, yes, sir. They said, are you not a foreign student? I said, yes, sir, I am. They said, you made a pledge when you came here not to involve yourself in the internal affairs of the country, did you not? I said, yes, sir. They said, how would you describe what you're doing now? I said, well, I'm trying to unseat 3 unfairly elected people who disfranchise black people in Mississippi. I'm trying to deepen the currents of American democracy. They said, be that as it may, Mr. Thelwell, if you're not in school by September, and this was about June or July, we shall personally come and escort you to the plane and deport you from the country. I think they were in a bad mood when they left, but still a much better conducting of their affairs than they do now. Now, I know they'd kick my ass out immediately, So in some ways, the country has not really improved. And they also were, I think, a little bit pissed because Len Holt, the snake doctor, the lawyer, came busting in, I think, to defend me, and said, who are these gentlemen, Mike? I said, well, Len, they're from the FBI. He said, oh, the FBI. And how is our favorite girlfriend this morning? I said, your favorite girlfriend? He said, yes, J. Edgar Hoover. So that didn't put a nice spin on affairs. So they left. So I had a meeting and I said, they said they're going to deport me unless I'm back in school. I said, oh my God, I got a letter from Sid Kaplan at the University of Massachusetts offering me a fellowship, but I threw it away. And Joanne Gavin, the office manager, said, yeah, but I pulled it out of the wastebasket. So there was a letter from Kaplan. And that in the short of it is how I ended up here. But the longer story is also quite interesting because all my time in the movement I had never had a conversation with Martin Luther King. But I think it was about that same memorandum on the Voting Rights Act. I had to run up here to explain to them in the middle of the summer that I couldn't be here when school started in September because I had to see the challenge out. And I didn't know if the Congress would vote on the challenge by early September so I could be here when school opened. So I said I would have to miss a week, maybe two, but I'd be happy to start. The chairman of the department and the head of freshman English where I was supposed to be teaching said, well, Mr. Thelwell, you've never been in graduate school before. It's a little more rigorous. I'm sure they were thinking I'm coming from a black school. I don't know nothing. I said, yes, sir, but I'm sure I'd be able to pick up the work. Well, we don't really know. And they were about to say that either I'd be here on time or not come at all. We don't know if you can have 2 weeks. When the secretary runs in and says, is this Mr. Thelwell? I said, yes. You have a phone call. And the chairman of the department and the head of freshman English looked really very disapproving. Imagine the student having a phone call while in conference with us. I said, no, ma'am, I can't take the phone call. I'm really very busy here. She says, no, I think you will want to take this phone call. So their eyebrows go up even more. And I said, and why is that, ma'am? She said, because it's from Dr. Martin Luther King. And the whole atmosphere changed, and they said, yes, I could go have the phone call. And if I'd been smart enough, I'd have got my office to call and pretend that. But it really wasn't even from Dr. King. It was from Andy Young, calling for Dr. King to clarify something about that memorandum we had earlier discussed. At which point, the chairman of the department, who was a Southern gentleman, by the way, a white Southern gentleman, and the director of freshman English said, well, yes, I could have a couple of weeks if it were necessary. But then the director of freshman English told me what I shouldn't talk about in class when I was teaching freshman English. The only subjects which you should avoid is politics, religion, and sex. Those are not acceptable. And I said, well, perhaps you'll be good enough to tell me what is acceptable. So I went back to DC, and they had sent me my class list I was supposed to teach because the fellowship was gone, so they'd given me an assistantship. And I had 2 class lists that were, well balanced with a lot of Mary, Janes, and Susan and stuff like this. But the new class, they sent me back a class list saying, we have decided that in the view of your inexperience, you should only teach 1 course. And when I looked at the list, it was the freshman football team. Nothing but men. But I think that was clearly a coincidence. The leadership conference met again for the first time after a long hiatus. And I walked into the room, and there is Clarence Mitchell puffing and huffing, and he's saying, yes, I was called a traitor and a sellout. And Evans and Novak and those other columnists had run stories about how the students were trying to wreck the civil rights movement, and they had forged Dr. King's signature on a memorandum which was calculated to destroy the harmony of the civil rights movement. Well, I never done any such thing. Andy Young had called me up at the UMass, and he said, yes, and we're going to talk about the misuse of Dr. King's name and the forging of his name. And Bad Rustin is here with a statement from Dr. King. And I said, oh, if Dr. King, the Nobel Prize winner, says that Mike Thelwell, a SNCC student, forged his name on the memorandum, who the f*** is going to believe me? And the memorandum, by the way, didn't have this radical and disruptive language. It was very logical. Pretty much. That's why I want you to get it for me, please. And Bayard got up And I'm sitting there with my heart in my mouth saying, my professional reputation is done, my character will be traduced. I hope Martin Luther King don't say I forged his name, because I didn't. And Bayard got up and wrote a statement which said absolutely nothing. And then he stopped. Dr. King says he believes the time when civility is necessary and harsh language shouldn't be used and blah, 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 blah. And then he stopped. And Clarence Mitchell said, is that all? Is that all? Bayard said, yes, that is all. And Mitchell looked very disappointed because I never talked about forging King's name. So I was very, very grateful to Dr. King. But then how could he lie, being Dr. King? But I noticed that Bayard scratched out a last paragraph. And so afterwards I ran to him and said, thank you, Bayard. Can I have that document, please? I said, sure, you can have it. But the last 3 lines of that statement had been scratched out so thoroughly that there were holes in the paper. You couldn't read what it said. But it never said that I forged Dr. King's name, which I didn't do. And I was very principled of Dr. King and Bayard. Because clearly they were under pressure, because all these columnists were saying what a disruptive document it was, that Dr. King couldn't possibly have signed such a disruptive and radical document, and that his name had to be forged, but he didn't say it.
This has been
This video raises questions, and I need for you to be extremely honest in the comments when answering it. And just so you know, I have 2 questions. Number 1, tell me your thoughts about this video in the comments. And number 2, who would you like for me to do a video on next? Now please be honest in the comments when answering these questions. Share this video with anyone you deem necessary. And don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel.